live because YouTube is slow. Okay, so we're going to be playing more Elin today, which is this fun slash cursed game that mechanically it reminds me a lot of Ultima Online back in the day, but with more breadth and depth. And it's not multiplayer, massively multiplayer, anything like that. Little bit lacking on the animation side. So take gameplay of like Ultima Online, and then instead giving it the graphics of like if you're playing Dark Sun for the PC originally, where you got, your little PNGs moving around the map, and then like the little sword kind of appears and goes like that kind of thing. So definitely not the aesthetically best game, but that's fine. We're gonna create a new adventure because we decided we're gonna do that today. I kind of was asking around that on the Twitch side, and we are still planning and doing that. I'm going to show you the advanced options, because that's what I was messing with after stream. So you see with the advanced options, so I believe the last non-advanced option, let me double check. Yeah, Lich was the last non-advanced option. So everything below Lich is a advanced option. So you got like a Wraith, who's another undead, who's like kind of magic-based. You got a Golem, who is just kind of, big hardy rock person. They move a bit slower and all that, but they're immune to bleeding and a whole bunch of stuff. And they suck at magic. You've got like, these are like fox people, but like one's a little hardier, one's a little bit more magic and nimble. You've got succubus. It's a succubus. It works about how you expect a succubus to work. You've got a vampire. They're pretty much straightforward with all that as well. Can't go out in the sunlight, all that. You got a demigod who seems to just have like strong starting stats and all that. And then you got a centaur, which is an interesting one. That they're basically based around range and all that. So they got a bunch of these down here. So like I said, after stream yesterday, I messed with the golem. I actually really enjoyed the golem. It's kind of a straightforward one of, what are you? Hardy and big. What else do you do? Punch or hit stuff. Magic? No thank you. But we're still going to do the chaos shape. And for those who missed, the gimmick of the chaos shape is normally you start with like 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 legs, a back, a torso, a head, a neck, all those kind of things. The chaos shape, I don't remember what exact ones we started with, but it was like, I think it was head, neck, torso, and it was head, neck, torso, and I think 1 arm or something like that. So far as slots I can put equipment on. And then the idea is each time you get a feat, you can use your feat to give yourself another limb, but it is random. They also have an absolutely horrific charisma penalty. The rest of their stats are fine, but the charisma penalty is horrific. Part of the reason I wanted to do that to begin with is I actually really liked the I like the idea of having a really high regeneration so that as I'm running around, my character's healing very quickly. I have no idea how well that scales in the game, but, it's worth considering. So now with having advanced turned on, these 5 here on the bottom are the ones on here. So we've got Inquisitor, who I want to say, yeah, they basically just kind of target one thing and all that, but they're agile, use guns. You have Paladins, and then the Paladins go and they also have things associated with like the faith and their gods and all that, but they're based around two-handed weapons and protecting allies. So they have like defensive bonuses. You have Executioner, which from what I've heard, people are saying Executioner is one of your min-max kind of characters that you can get the Executioner to scale to obnoxious levels. But it's just a straightforward, you are going to be like slamming people with melee weapons and causing grief. The Sword Sage is supposed to be like the War Mage, where it's kind of a hybrid between Spellcaster and all that, but apparently it's based around talismans. And then Witch, which allows you, mostly it seemed like it was making potions and that kind of stuff was the big thing around Witch from what I was seeing. But nevertheless, what we're probably going to do, so last time we were messing with Farmer, and Farmer seems to be based mostly around production. I do think in this case I'm going to lean more into trying to just go for, like, we'll still have to do production, but a little bit more on the combat side of thing. So the farming legs, from what I understand, is considered one of the best traits in the game for dealing with just production because it just saves you a lot of stamina. And then Gourmet is really cool because it gives you lots of bonuses to what you can see on food. I think this time, even though it is your very vanilla kind of default thing of just going straight up warrior, and I'm mostly doing it because it'll give us bonuses to being able to use heavy armor and all that, and a bunch of regeneration. So really, really leaning into having a lot of just your basic combat stats of being able to slam in there and deal with that. Um, because the spellcaster stuff looks interesting, but is a whole thing there. I have been warned, warrior, like the melee side of Chaos Shaper is pretty rough at the beginning. It's every day now on YouTube when I start stream. There's just always have to deal with moderation right at the beginning. Okay. And I did notice, depending on what race you choose, the age changes wildly. Because whereas making fun of it that you choose old on Chaos Shaper, that's interesting, because the other day when we were seeing that, it was always like 32 or whatever was considered old, and we're like, oh my god. But when I chose, I think it was the Golem, like old was like 400 years old or something like that. It's like, okay, so it's dependent on the race. So we will go with, sure, we're an 18-year-old, and it went immediately back to the exact same thing there. All right, so we'll wait to name our character until we get ourselves some kind of like title, because they randomize the title. You can't just type it in, but some of these are wonderful. I think we were like eternal weakness is what we went with for our last character's title. Sex of Earl. Limit of Steel. Nerfus Claymore. Emptiness of Flight. Let's see. Breathing Insanity. Moron of the East. Oh, lovely. I really like this mechanic. It doesn't do anything. It just gives you a random set of words that there's a structure to it. Goddess of Stagnation. Let's see. Because there's the ones like Evening of Fire, Midnight of Legend, The King, the Illusionist, all those, like, those are genuinely like, oh, I could actually see that as being a reasonable title. But it's very much some of the just utterly weird ones. Unexcited Artillery. Tragedy of Alchemist. Like some of these ones that are like just really, really unhinged ones that I really enjoy. Unfriendly Tomorrow is an interesting thing to have title. Nervous Opening. Okay. We'll grab one here in the next couple. Horrible Chief. Weak Cross. Childish Grace. Done. So we're a Chaos Shape their title is Childish Grace. And then we need a name. The last one we called it Sad Neil because people were kept bringing up Kenshi stuff, and I'm like, all right, well, we're not going with Beep, but we'll go with Sad Neil. Because we got, like I said, it was like Eternal Weakness was her title, and then it's something like we had like 2 or 3 different things that all were like really sad sounding. We're like, all right, cool, this is Sad Neil. That's what's going on. Sad Neil's a reference to Kenshi. It's one of the skeletons. That's right, the mech people, the skeletons that just everything going on kind of gives like really depressed response. All right. So as far as the character's name, so we are Childish Grace. We are a Chaos Shape. Something like Mimic. Mimic the Mimic. Sort of like doppelganger kind of thing. Trying to think of like something leaning on like the. See, we could go with a name like Arms, but the problem with going with like a name like Arms is then my luck is we'll get legs. Um, Limbo? Or no, Limo. Limso. Hmm. Names are always hard. It's always the hardest part of any character creation. Limtastic? Done. Sold. Limzakimo? My luck is it's gonna be Limzakimo, and we'll have like 20 backs and like one hand. um, and thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 310 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you for that. So we're Limtastic, the childish grace. Our father was a rotten witch, and her mother was an old woman. So she was just a okay. And because Jackie with the 80 stream streak, I appreciate that as well. All right. Yeah, I mean that's the most likely one there. I'm probably gonna sit there with the old man portrait again. Well, actually, do I want to make sure to keep a different portrait so it stands out easy? Just have a randomly clicked. I don't know why there's this really zoomed in pixelated one. There's all the other ones, and then this one's like super zoomed in and pixelated. Oh, interesting. We does not have a portrait. There, fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just go with that, kind of hiding what the character looks like. And we can just keep randomizing. Because last time we went where we had like no shirt on and everything, because I thought the armor was going to like cover, like we would see the armor on the on that, but apparently that's not the case. You just don't see it, which I guess makes sense when you consider the fact that you can have yeah, when you consider the fact that your character can where is that? So tops change color, make it a little bit darker. So it fits the color stuff a little bit. You're a little bit more on the brown side. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Just vaguely do that. Because you don't actually have any head covering or whatever. Alright, that's fine. Oh, I didn't check. What was the body type? I think 1 was the masculine. Okay. And then we had the other ones, which is we could start in the meadow, and we could start in the cave or the meadow in the winter. The meadow and the meadow in the winter, I think, just makes the food harder. The cave, I looked at that briefly after stream. You do just start in the cave. The entire scenario, like the dialogue and everything, is exactly the same. It doesn't work quite the same. You kind of have to like go out of the cave to go gather materials to go back in the cave to do stuff. So unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that makes that big of a difference. We are gonna go ahead and create that. Yeah, so pretty much very similar to what we did last time, except we're taking warrior instead of farmer. For those who are like, why are we starting over? Basically, we just learned a lot. I had won the lottery in the previous save and just got 26,000 money instantly out the gate. And I felt like that actually took away from how the early game's supposed to run. And then just being like, all right, let's learn our lessons. We are going to just continue with like the regular playthrough, because the only thing this changes is we do get penalties for death and no save scumming is the only difference between these two settings that I was able to see. And then custom, you can go down here and change a whole bunch of negatives and all that if you want. Alright, well actually, does that change anything down there as well? No, that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and continue. Let me go ahead and lower the music volume just a little. Long ago, in a now forgotten remnants of many civilizations are buried in Earth. The 11th era of Yalva began, with scars of Rem Ito still unmended. The fires of war started in the ancient desert empire, soon spread over the world and brought a long period of confusion to Yalva. After losing the Siren airship, the western continent and the empire gradually withdrew for various reasons. Let's see. Humans celebrated the first victory and peace. They won, and people began returning to their serene lives. However, they never forgot the betrayal of Elise, who had remained quiet during the war. Eventually, 15 years passed. Cool. You are awake. No. Lie down still. You were out cold for a while. It is fortunate that we found you before too late. Never wise for humans to step into the forest of Eli, especially in the midst of the night, like this, when the wind is so strong and the trees are astir. Now we had brought you here, and it seems like we are losing a night of our urgent journey. Not that I'm complaining. Well, not much. At least my companion is content with the unexpected break. Are you a traveler? What brings you to Mycelia? Am I prying too much, eh? Sleep well for now, for there's always calm when you truly need it. Alright. So this is where your story begins. Ash was sarcastic as ever, but he seemed more pleased than I was with the little break you unintentionally gave us. The fate that lay ahead in Mycelia, the truth of the world and the choice we have made, and the scars has brought to Yalva. Unaware of what was yet to come, we gazed at flames of the bonfire and waited patiently for dawn to break. I'm also amused that's like, there's this urgent thing, we will stop briefly to help you, and then like years pass as they hang around. Let's see, so our mysterious guest finally awakes. There's porridge right by the bonfire. Already getting cold though. Come to me when you're filled, we need to talk. Good morning, sleepyhead. Alright, this music is just not fitting the game. I'll deal with that in a second. Don't worry, you're not hallucinating. I'm Nirun, your guide to assist you on your journey. Well, you seem like you've just woken up, so for today, I'll just give you this adventure log, a handy tool that lets you replay our conversations anytime you want. Well, until we meet again then. Alright, so let me go 2 seconds. Good music though? Yeah, it wasn't bad music. It's just definitely like... I mean... I'm going back and forth on the music thing. Because like I said, the problem with the in-game music is there's not enough tracks, so it gets very repetitive very quickly. So I've got all this. I did see with the widgets that I could save my theme, so I did save my other theme. So go ahead and open that, so that way I instantly have my theme saved there. Because when I went to start the second character off stream and I didn't have any of my stuff configured, I was like, I don't want to do this every time. Let's get you all moved down here. Okay. Are you feeling a little better? First thing first, you've earned this place. The man tosses you a piece of parchment. Don't worry about it, it's just my quota. Although, a deed for land sounds like a good thing to have, I doubt anyone gives a crap these days. Throw it in the bonfire if you like, for all I care. So, you seem to be intact. I'm Ashland, on our way to the royal capital of Palmia, with my companion. You're not from around here, are you? I suppose I could spare some time to teach you the way of living on this land before we part. If you wish, of course. I don't actually want to read all this dialogue. Basically, he gives you information like this is how you do stuff. We did that yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to use the deed, make this our land. So, you've made up your mind to live on this land? I wish you well in your new home. I'm giving you one of my precious companions for a gift. What kind of animal would you like? I would like the animal of a little girl. Alright, take good care of it. The little girl, who, we've already recognized the gender and everything. If you get separated from your companions, you can call them back from a tavern in a nearby town. Is your head alright? Don't care about anything else right now. Later. Alright, so let's go look at our little girlfriend. That didn't sound right at all. So... this time she's 20. Cool. Was trying to see here. Yeah, so she has mostly the same stats as before. Not much in the way of equipment. Thank you, Earthrush. Yeah, so I was trying to see as I noticed... oh, I think I might need to have the resident board. I noticed when I wasn't playing, I was able to change names. I didn't actually change one of them, but it was an option to, like, rename them. So if we get to that point, I might give out the names of characters and all that. Congratulations, the land is now yours. To celebrate your new beginning, I will give you a hatchet. It will be of great use to you as you work the land. And these are 10 gold bars. The relief supplies provided from Massilia. The gold bars are a useful resource that can be used to hire residents, and can also be exchanged for various items that are essential in the development of your home. Biama carries some beginner home furnishings in custody. Don't forget to buy them. We are also going to stay here for a while longer to see how it develops. Hey, I feel a little responsible for having kindled your pioneering spirit. I posted some requests on the board. Take a look when you have the time. Alright. So what we're going to go ahead and do is pick up the junk he just dropped. Want to know how to use the axe? No. I'm just going to skip. She tells you to right-click on a tree and that you already know how to do that. The only reason I'm rushing some of that stuff is, like I said, this is the second time we've started a playthrough. And a lot of that we just did yesterday, so I'm going to try and not skip any dialogue that's actual dialogue. But the stuff like, right-click to do this. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and grab the resident board, the home board, and then the millstone is a crafting bench. The sculpting stone is a crafting bench. And we'll grab 2 recipes. So we just learned to do all those things. Okay. So we got a bunch of these boards. Where are you playing? We're playing a game called Elin. So what I want to see, here's a list of your residents at your base. See that briefcase icon to their names? If you hover over the mouse, you can see their hobbies and jobs. Residents have various jobs. Some improve the security or the fertility of your base, while others produce valuable items. However, if the environment isn't right, the residents won't be able to do their jobs. Jobs shown in yellow are currently impossible to perform. Usually, if your place has the right furniture for a job at your base, they'll start working. For example, a bookshelf is needed for research jobs. The efficiency of their work is also increased as the residents grow. The quality of their beds also affects efficiency, so it's a good idea to have 1 bed for each resident. Okay, so So our new citizen here still has lumberjacking as her main skill, but also will produce mushrooms. And then we apparently... So we have gardening and romance, where we produce milk and increase the number of residents wanted. We are male, by the way. Gotcha. That's an interesting combo. Yeah, so we can get names. So I am gonna do this for whoever wants to be the quote-unquote little girl. You are a 20-year-old little girl, but the quote-unquote little girl, you can put your name into the hat. I'll let that run for a little while, and then we'll go ahead and do the drawing. Oh, I didn't mean to actually pick that up. Okay. Too many plants on this tile, the crop yield will be negatively affected. Interesting. So I thought that was from planting too many crops. But it looks like literally it's just, broadly speaking, too many plants of any kind. Alright, so now we go to the quest board and we accept quests. As you build your base here, you need to learn about the shared container. A shared container is a vital piece of equipment for your residents to live and work in. Listen carefully, I'm only going to explain it once. Containers such as crates and barrels have the concept of permissions. Normally, you can only move items in and out of a container, but you can change it to be a shared container by clicking on the lock icon on the right side of the container. Shared containers are accessible by residents and party members. Those who are hungry will scavenge for food in the containers, and if they find good equipment, they'll take it out. If there are materials needed for work, they will be consumed automatically. Hey, can we get a shout out for Beldar, who's an absolutely fantastic content creator and fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Also plays a lot of fun indie games and all that good stuff, so if you like indie games, you can find them over there. Also a decent number of survival crafters and all that. Do you like other games? No, games are all terrible, so I don't play any other games. No, obviously I play a whole range of games. If you just look at the live tab on the channel over there on YouTube, you will see I played literally hundreds of different games in the last year. So I'll go ahead and give you a box as a quest reward. Set on the ground and turn into a shared container. Cool. So grab the box. We'll go ahead and put that right here. There we go. And then it wants me to take the box and set it to shared. Now I go bother him again. Looks like you've successfully set up a shared container. By changing the settings in the containers, you can also create containers that use on priority basis, or containers that allow items of only a certain category to be moved in and out. You can also try this out later when you need to organize your base's supplies. Cool. So that's another objective done. Crafting is an essential skill for the life of an adventurer. I'm not a specialist, but I will share what I know about craftsmanship. Alright, let's start by making a workbench. The workbench is a fundamental piece of equipment for crafting, and with it, you can also craft makeshift floors, walls of your first house. You can create a workbench on the spot using the quick craft ability you already know. First, gather logs by chopping down some nearby trees, and then quick craft to make a workbench. Be sure the completed workbench is on the appropriate ground. Okay. Logs, you say, logs, or should I say Mr. Log, are the most basic crafting materials. Then they're excellent for things like the campfire, but that's not all. By processing Mr. Log, you can upgrade it to planks. Do you know how to process it? Well, why don't you ask Mr. Log yourself? The hint is processing equipment. Oh, by the way, you can also process stones into cut stones, so keep that in mind. Alright. Can I have some mushrooms? Munch, munch. Yummy, those are my favorite. Remember that, okay? Mushrooms are tasty, but they don't keep you full long, and the fact that they can spoil over time is a downside. Yeah, food spoils if you leave it out too long. Didn't you know? Of course, eating spoiled food can make you sick, so never eat it. Fish and raw food spoil especially easily, but nuts and cooked food take quite a while. With a millstone, you can even make meals into kibble, which never spoils. Remember to prepare enough non perishable food for the long journey. It's a golden rule of adventurers. Alright. They're just running around, chopping down everything nearby for materials. Oh, she was like, it's an herb. Sometimes these colorful plants are growing in the wild, and they're called medicinal herbs or sometimes just herbs. They're also good for your health if you eat them. Of course, they can be used as seasoning too. If you grind them into a powder using a mortar, they can become ingredients for all kinds of medicines. Why don't you open your backpack and take a look at the herb you just picked? You'll see the effects listed in brackets, like hemostatic, and these are called traits. When you craft an item, these characteristics will carry over to the final product. For instance, if you make a bandage using a hemostatic or an antidote herb as an ingredient, exactly, you get it. Each color of herb has different effects. It's a good idea to collect the whole rainbow of them. Colorful in more ways than one. Get it? Colorful. I don't get it. It's not. I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Yeah, so this is where we're going to start feeling the difference from... You look tired, are you okay? The best way to recover from fatigue is to get a good night's sleep in a comfy bed. You might get new recipe ideas and train your potentials, or even learn magic in your dreams. If you haven't made a bed yet, you can rest ability to sleep. It's not as effective as sleeping in a bed, though. While resting, your natural recovery for health magic power increases, so it's good to rest after a battle. Just be careful. If you're overworked or starving, natural recovery stops altogether. Okay, that's it for now. Make sure you get plenty of sleep. Alright. And we will go to sleep in a minute. Just trying to get all the materials we can. We gained gathering skill too. You wonder if children still learn magic in their dreams? The idea of a 5-year-old waking up and being able to cast fireball sounds terrifying. Correct. Okay, so let's go quick craft. Workbench. Good, you've made your workbench. Let me tell you something crucial with becoming a seasoned adventurer. That's use the middle click. Yeah, no, I wanted to kind of use the information that we learned from the last run and make different decisions based on that. We're still doing the chaos shape and all that. We went warrior this time instead of farmer, but we did a poll at the beginning of the stream about it. But decided I wanted to go with that because, like I said, I was learning a lot in the last run. Took lots and lots of deaths trying to figure things out. And I also low-key felt like getting the boat that we won in the lottery right at the beginning of the game really kind of took away the early challenge of the game by taxes became irrelevant for a long time because I had 26,000 just sitting in the bank. So I wanted to kind of start fresh with, like, we spent a day, we learned a bunch of stuff, let's use that information. By middle-clicking, you can interact with items in your backpack, creatures, and objects on the map. You can do various actions like kicking away pesky creatures, flipping switches, mixing potions, or even assessing your companion's backpack, or accessing them. It unleashes a whole range of actions you can't do usually. Moreover, when placing furniture in the wall, middle-clicking will also rotate them. Adventurers who don't know this won't survive in this world. Middle-click, got it? You can also use the R key on the keyboard to substitute for middle-click. Well, I'll see you later then. Alright. So I'm at -5 stamina. And I wanted to see if I could make a makeshift bed. See if I can grab one weed to get one more leaf. Okay, we're still at -5. Make the makeshift bed. and go to sleep. Yeah, no, well, the problem with the boat, it was so heavy I couldn't move or do anything. I did see in the bigger city there was like boxes I could have them ship stuff home for me. I didn't see whether or not that was a thing on the other one. Okay, alright, we still need to make the torch. I forgot about that. The actual dialogue there is to be like, hey, we go there. Not bad at all. Have you tried using the workbench yet? Initially, there may only be a few items you can craft, but you'll be able to craft a variety of items as you obtain new recipes. Okay, so we're all set to build a house, but before that, you should craft the light source to prepare for the night. Having a light source allows you to see a bit better in the dark at night. You can make a torch on the workbench, so gather materials from around here and give it a try. The strings you'll need to make the torch are crafted from vines at the workbench. And once you've crafted a torch, don't forget to equip it in the light source spot. Alright, so we should have everything we need for that. So torch. We can go string. Torch. And equip that. Meanwhile, start chucking all of this in here for the time being. Vegetable soup is mine. Oh, fuel. There you go. A mushy dessert. Cool. Alright. So for the walls, I'm going to need to pull up a lot of the weeds. Alright. Cool. Just killed our first enemy. Alright. So basically we're just collecting everything not bolted down on the tile for right now. With a little bit of focus on doing the weeds since they'll give me the leaves. And there's gathering 3. And those leaves end up being important for a lot of stuff we want. Okay, we got all that. So we can do the auto dump button. Okay. So I need to go back to sleep. Then cook up some more of that food. I'm surprised we haven't gotten hungry yet. Just have to wait. Yeah. How's that food taste? I'm gonna enjoy my nice vegetable soup. She's like not bad. We made like some absolute trash tier food. She's like, you know what? That's not bad. I've had worse. So I did notice the last time we played, I didn't make any bad food, but we're 1 for 1 on doing stacks of that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the drawing to see who gets to be the little girl, and the little girl gets to be Gem Kata. So let's go ahead and go over to our residence sign here real quick, and get you named. So change name, so it is now Gem Kata. So congratulations. You are going to be forced to lumberjack and pick mushrooms. And then occasionally go and be subjected to violence. It is what it is in these kind of games. Right, let's go grab these down here. I'm also trying to grab all the stone we can as it shows up, just because that's a thing that's going to come up later. All right, let's make that stop. Going there. There's a lot of plants on this. Okay. To be fair, when as a farmer, this is the thing that like the farmer does really well. It's just the stamina efficiency, so we'd run around and do all this. Okay, so I've got a pretty decent number of the leaves. Let's go down here, and we will need the door and grass walls. Oh, there's no stamina cost. Let's see how that does. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. Okay, if we get 2 more, we can get that that area done. Have a little bit of a bigger house this time. We just shove a bunch of beds in there. Alright. Now, I have no idea how often we're going to increase the number of people on here. Because I feel like the last time I did get people fast and I could really put them to use. So a lot of people kind of standing around, and then, you know, it was making food more tiresome and that kind of thing. But we'll figure it out. Okay. Alright, so I'm about to run out of energy again. I believe I need just 2 more pieces of wall. And we've already got our house built. And I have 4 more of those. So I can go over here and go to makeshift bed. Make ourselves a second makeshift bed. Alright. Journal of Lutz Volume 1, by Lutz the former hero. Maybe the title Former Hero was just a joke all along. Everything I believed in was built on a lie. When I heard the sound of it all collapsing, I thought about leaving this world behind. But then, for some reason, I stuck by the round. Innocent eyes of Michan, the gluttonous seal. In them, I saw a small glimpse of hope for a paradise, and so I decided to aim for the promised land. Just the two of us. Now I live off the land in a remote forest, preparing for my journey ahead. Who this letter, written in a sleepless night, will reach, I'm looking forward to finding out. Lutz, the former hero in the remote forest. Alright, well, for right now, your letter's going in there. And we are very hungry. I'm going to go ahead and close that. I'm going to eat that. And eat that. And toss the rest back in here. I'm going to go here. And cook another berry. And chuck that in there. Okay. Good, you've got your first step as a crafter. There's still so much to learn. But I'll give you a goal for now. The goal is to build a house on your land by yourself. That may sound like a lot of work. It's already done, my friend. But you can probably put up some, some walls and some doors and probably call it a house. I'll prepare some housewarming gifts in the meanwhile. Okay, how about now? Looks like your house is finished. Congratulations. Now you don't have to worry about staying out and exposed to the wind and the rain. Now, let me explain a little bit about houses. The appearance and function of the house the house you built can be customized using house boards. Also, you can divide the space up inside the house with walls to create rooms. Each room can be customized by using the room boards. It's not much, but I'll give you a house plate and a room plate. Customize your new house to your heart's content. Okay. You go ahead and just plunk the dummy down there for right now. We will learn our new recipes. There's the house plate. Maybe it needs to be inside. Is that maybe what I got wrong last time? Ah! No background music or a single track. Did I mention the music's a little limited in the game? We could change the name so it's a helpful bedroom. Room of Paladin. Epic Room. Mucker Bedroom. Balanced Room. Bedroom of Hermit. Monstrous Room. Exiled Bedroom. Weak-willed Bedroom. Done. It is now the weak-willed bedroom. Cool. Alright, next quest on the list. It's times like these when we might as well train for combat. Doesn't hurt to learn how to handle a weapon or two in these troubled times. Many creatures you will encounter in the field will attack you on sight. You can see the strength of the enemy by hovering your mouse over the target. It is wise to avoid fighting strong enemies until you are well equipped. First, a quick practical training. I have a passing punk tied up behind the bulletin board. A creature can't move when it's restrained. So, just keep your distance, wait for your life to regain if you're in danger. Now don't be shy, go beat up those punks to your heart's content. It doesn't hurt to learn. Okay, we have murdered the punk. Well done. Stupid enemies like punks are not scary because they only have simple attacks. However, there are enemies that will attack from a range, or enemies that have troublesome abilities if you attack them directly. The next training target will be a wild boar. Again, I have one tied up behind the bulletin board. Like the punk, the wild boar is a simple opponent. But the fighting ability of wild animals cannot be underestimated. If you set up too close to the encounter, you'll probably end up getting hit in the back. For such an opponent, long-range attacks are essential. I'll give you several tools, so try to defeat the boar with some ingenuity. Remember, items can be thrown. Last time I did not bother throwing anything. Alright. Brilliant. Now you no longer have a problem with opponents who can simply push you with force. Opponents like wild boars are really easy to deal with, but they can surround you, cut off your retreat, and even leave you stranded depending on the situation. It is important not to be overconfident and have means to leave a battle at any time. Yeah, no, I'm assuming we would need to get some progress to get more music tracks, because that's, like I said, what I noticed last time, is I didn't find any new music tracks. I was listening to, like, the same 5 tracks in loop. For your farther training, I will set you a goal. Defeat 100 enemies, no matter what they are. North Tyrus is full of dangerous monsters and rogues. You'll have no difficulty finding 100 or 200 of them. The number of enemies you have defeated is tracked to your journal, so check if you've lost your count. Okay, that's a later problem. I hate to tell you this, but it pains me to dampen your enthusiasm as you're eager to settle into your new home, but this is something you'll eventually learn anyway. This land is certainly yours, and you are free to do with it as you please. However, as long as it exists in the territory of Massalia, every asset on this land, down to the last head of livestock, must be recorded in the tax ledger. You will be regularly receive tax bills, and be warned, if you fall behind in those taxes, you face a grim fate. Well, it's going to be a while. Don't worry about it now. Just keep developing your home. Because we need to continue to increase that tax revenue you're going to generate for us someday. Alright. Sort of work on a little bit of land clearing in the meantime. Oh, I need to talk to the board. Alright, next quest. There's someone I want you to meet. You've come at a good time. I've mentioned this, but it's customary to have a frontier inspector in Massalia colonies. Inspector may sound strict, but there's no need to worry. It's more like helpers who assist with the land's development. Well, if you prefer to live freely without the unnecessary meddling, I can arrange things in Massalia for you. The choice is yours. Yeah, and I tested off, like, on my offline playthrough, that if you choose the other one, the quest just sits there forever until you take it. I want the inspector. I thought you might say that. In fact, I've called an excellent inspector I know for your land. He's a bit of a difficult personality, but his work is solid. Allow me to introduce you to my friend and the finest frontier inspector in Massalia, Loitel. What is this? A promising land where the coins are flying everywhere, you said. So I came. Did I mishear? This is nothing but unprepared, god-forsaken, bloody wilderness. I demand a proper explanation, Ashland. I'm a busy man. What's the meaning of this? Why have you called me to this wilderness full of grass and rocks? Loitel. Perhaps your weary journey has clouded your eyes. A gold mine doesn't just lie in the ground. Indeed, this place is as dull as you say. But have you seen the face of this adventurer standing beside me? He's the reason I've called you here. You're telling me this clueless-looking adventurer is the gold mine? Yep, that's right. We are going to exploit the bejeebus out of him. And we're going to keep lying about how much taxes he actually owes and just inflating our numbers and pocketing the difference. Wait, did I say that out loud? If you insist so much, I suppose I could take on the job. I'm not particularly enthusiastic, but I owe you and Fia a great deal. But good grief. This really is just wild land as far as the eye can see. Normally one would be prepared adequately before embarking on new land, you know? Well, adventurer, you got that? Let me introduce myself again. I'm Loitel, the first-class Frontier Inspector of Massalia, also serving as a court advisor and financial officer. I like fine Alvian wine and efficient development plans, and I hate incompetent pioneers. With my experience and knowledge, this land is bound to succeed, though much depends on your effort, of course. Do your best. Loitel may be stern, but he's sincere. He'll certainly aid you in your land's development. If you're unsure about anything regarding the management of your land or life in Tyrus, he's the one to consult. I want you to look for a puppy. It's not that I dislike humans, other than their awful, disgusting, repugnant behaviors and general immoral behavior and their destructive tendencies, and pretty much everything that makes them awful from start to finish. But I've always found a deeper connection with animals. I often end up taming animals I come along whenever traveling. Before we arrived, a cute little puppy grew attached to me. It followed us everywhere. The puppy, curious as it was, ran off after something while we were resting and didn't come back. There was a cave near where we were resting at the time. I'm worried the puppy might have wandered deeper into it. It's a very dangerous place, so you can go look for the little one. The cave is just northwest of here. Cool, we'll worry about that later. Time to make money. Why so glum? There's no need to shrink away. I may feel somewhat tricked by Ashland's persuasive words, but working leisurely surrounded by nature isn't too bad. When you're an inspector of my caliber, works from renowned nobilities of Massalia come flooding in nonstop. Perhaps my weary soul needed this brief respite in a tranquil meadow. Rest assured, I'm also grateful of Ashland right now. I'll handle my tasks diligently, and the future of this land is particularly guaranteed with me in charge. Now, you must have plans. We need to earn some money above all else. Abundant funds are essential for the development of new land. Hot baths, plush beds, and the scent of sweet wine are not what you need right now. But please, God, get them here soon. First, we enrich the land from its roots. The quickest way to earn money is to ship items in the shipping box. Once you can cultivate fields and harvest crops, it'll become a steady income. Huh? What's that look? It's as if you've never heard of a shipping box before. What a revelation. There's no shipping box in this land yet. Is something some sort of primitive era? Here, I'll give you the materials to make one. Craft a shipping box from the workbench and set it on the ground. And remember to use the palulu wood I gave you. The shipping box must have the chic and elegant color of palulu wood. I won't tolerate anything else. It offends my aesthetic sense. In case you don't know, you can click on the ingredient in the crafting menu to change an ingredient. Cool. Alright, so you can go here, craft. Let's see, but they have sheep, right? So maybe they have sheeping boxes already? Probably. Shipping crate. Switch from Bert to... I did not pick up the wood. Alright, let's try this again with the wood in my inventory. Shipping crate. Palulu wood. It's all good, Infinity. Alright. So we now have the shipping crate. Cool. Hey. Nicely colored, calming shipping box. Finally, a ray of civilization shines upon this untamed land. Items in the shipping box are automatically collected every morning, and the earnings will be sent directly to you. Ship a good amount of items, and you'll even get some gold bars. I have a headache, so I'll rest for today. But try throwing some items into the shipping box. Cool. But first, Tyrus is a big continent. Once you get used to living here, you may want to go out and explore the surrounding area. If you go to the southeast from here, you'll find a cave called Nemele. Monsters there shouldn't be so dangerous, at least in the shallow layers. And there's something that concerns me there. Are you interested in exploring the cave? Before you go to explore, I'll give you those scrolls. A scroll of evacuation allows you to leave Nafia and return to the surface. A scroll of return will transfer you to the lowest level Nafia you have visited or to your home. Both of these tools are indispensable for adventure. Make the most of them. Alright, so put those away. Stash all that. And sell all that stuff. For right now, just leave everything in there. We won't be too greedy on it. Alright. Can I rename you? I can. Alright, so we're going to get the name for the person who is going to be our development. Scroll of evacuation is a roll of tape paper. Yeah, no, I made that joke the first one. The scroll of evacuation for, like, when you're getting ready for a colonoscopy. And so our inspector is going to be Rongor. So congratulations. You are apparently into supervising and gardening. I think he's set on what you get. And the little girl always gets lumberjack and then something else. Because we still have lumberjack in this one as well, but the second thing is different. And our character stuff moves around wherever. And that is what it is. So it sucks that I actually have 2 people into gardening here. But it is what it is. Come here. It seems getting accustomed to life around here. I'll give you a few craft recipes that might be useful for your future endeavors. Ash mentioned assigning you to explore the cave. Namel is known as the Graveyard of Winds, and has been the site of numerous strange occurrences for years. I can feel it too. Something is happening deep within that cave. I don't know what dangers may await you. Be careful. May the wind always follow you, Limtastic. We got more recipes. Alright. So. Now that we've got a billion things going on. We need to kill creatures, explore caves, and wait for taxes, and then there's a new mission on the board. I'll teach you. Before you head to Nymel, there's something I want to teach you. You'll eventually find some locked chests in dungeons, and you'll need to lockpick them to open them. I place a chest at your feet. Try opening it with a lockpick. I do not want that there. So you just move that over there really quick. And picking that up hurt me incredibly. It said I was in agony from picking it up. And we took one attempt. It's like... Oh, I didn't do that right. 2. Alright. The lock is too hard for you to pick. Oh, that's not the right person. It won't open? Yes, because I've carefully locked that chest. Even if you have a lockpick, you can't open it with a skill too low. Remember that. You can have the lockpick and the chest. When you become a seasoned adventurer, I'm sure you'll find the contents within useful. Okay. So we've now got all that. So some of the things to work on now is going to be to go over to our table and start making the various things. So we can make a sawmill. I've already got the materials, so boom, sawmill. Done. Well, next we want to make a carpenter's bench. So I'm going to need some boards. So I can go to the sawmill here. That should give me 4 boards. There's a carpenter's bench. Which lets me make a whole bunch of materials, which I'm not going to worry about too much right now. So the next one on here is we have a millstone. I just need two string. Okay. Need to grab some food to eat. And we can go to sleep. And we're already hungry again. We can see what we can cook. Okay, we made a couple of stews made out of grass. That's not what I wanted. Let's grab whatever flowers and all that we can around here, stones, all that stuff. We'll definitely want to cut down a bunch of these trees. For the logs and all that. So last time we put a lot of focus on just having our people running around working the town. That worked out not so great. I'm just gonna go ahead and chop down a whole bunch of these trees and all that. Saplings and all. Okay. Kill local wildlife. Because you slept like 10 hours straight and only woke up because your coworker asked me to cover because she was too hungover. You're amazed your dog didn't wake you up either. I mean, honestly, with fireworks and everything, imagine the dog probably didn't sleep well and all that. Okay. So we got some money from selling those potions that they gave us. Okay. Drop all that off. Drop off the various sticks, seeds, and lumber. Again, our inventory is full. We can grab the letter, put those seeds in here. Sell the letter. And even though I know I'm about out of stamina, I'm going to cook the meat. So I have some food. Then I'm gonna go sleep. Speaking of fireworks, someone's still setting them off tonight, right now. Yeah, I mentioned before that we used to have lots of problems where, like, it'd be the entire week around New Year's and 4th of July, just people perpetually setting them off. Fortunately, like I said, the one year, the neighbor that was, like, the particular outlier for doing it the most, lumberjacking too, the cops did show up at their house, and they haven't done it since. So we've been fortunate that I'm not hearing any of that nonsense day in and day out. It's like, I've said it before, I don't particularly have an objection with people doing fireworks, but, you know, if there's a day that it's kind of, like, you know, 4th of July, Independence Day, sure, because at least people can do a little bit to prepare themselves for it if it's something that's going to be a problem for them. You know, do stuff to try and help relax their pets or whatever as best they can, that kind of thing. But when you're just doing it, like, for weeks and weeks or whatever. There's just no planning, preparation, whatever you want to go with. And that kind of at that point is a bit of a problem. And last time we played, I was selling the hearts. I did notice there's recipes that use them later. Like, not cooking recipes, but, like, there was pieces of equipment that you had to have stuff like hearts, which I found very interesting. Alright. So, drop you off. Gonna hold on to the heart. Well, actually. Yeah, inventory is becoming a problem. Sell the heart for now. It actually has some decent value when it's fresh. Come over here a moment. What's with that outfit of yours? Are you taking the frontier business lightly? I don't scold serious pioneers, but I absolutely despise those who treat the frontier as a game or a fanciful dream. Those who cannot... So those without commitment are the least... Sorry, those without commitment are to leave this land, no questions asked. So, I was about to teach you the essentials of farming, but with nearly naked getup, you're hardly fit for farm work. Your attitude has raised doubts in my mind. So first, I need to test your potential as a pioneer. Craft a hoe and a shovel on your own. Once you've managed that, put together these two farming tools and come back and talk to me. Right. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to keep working on whatever's next. So we have the signpost thing. So that'll be 2 rope and some sticks. 1, 2. We need some sticks. Can't remember if it was 1 or 2 sticks I need. I'm hoping it's just the 1. Crap. It was 2. Alright. Okay, and we can go over here and make the signpost workshop. And we can make a farming sign. And then we need to go to sleep. Alright, so we got a bit more money. And we now have knowledge of Firebolt. So we are gaining spells as we sleep. Which is nice and all. Okay, so we also need the lumberjacking sign. They did cut down all the trees in the property, so I have no idea how that's going to work, but that's fine. We have the garbage dump sign. So let's see how this works. My hope is the garbage dump sign means I'll just put all the trash there and I won't have to look all over the tile for it. We need to eat. Drop off the trash. Okay. The next step is the Tinker's Table. So that's going to require 2 bones, a chair, and a table. The bones are easy, they're just laying around. And then I think the chair and the table were here. No. Where were the chair and the table? Oh, round chair. And a desk. Requires 4 planks. Alright. Now we can make the desk. There's the tinker's table. Cool. And we are exhausted. We're going right back to sleep. Okay. Food are starting to get scarce. Alright. So with that, let's go and check on the next one. So at Tinker Tables, we got the stone cutter. That's going to be 2 planks and some nails. The nails I'm going to need more bones for, so let's go check, because there should be plenty of bones around the property. Okay. That'll do for now. So then we need, what was it, 2 planks? Yeah, so 2 planks and some nails. So for 2 planks, we can go ahead and toss you in. And that'll give me 2 planks. And then nails would be on the actual tinker's bench. How many nails did I need? Just 1. Okay. So I can go here, make a nail. Then go over there, make a stone cutting table. Next up would be the mason's thing. So that's 4 planks and 6 stone. I do not have enough stone, so I won't worry about that. You wanted the hoe and the shovel. I don't have enough materials for that as well, so we need more stone. Let's see. Wait at home. Drop all that stuff here. Okay, so we need to go for stone. So we're going to leave town for the first time. And what we're going to do here... Hey, wait a minute. Don't run. You're now on the global map. In the global map, you can travel great distances, but time passes very quickly. You will starve to death if you don't bring enough food, and the conditions such as poison progress rapidly, so be careful when you move. When you have nothing to eat, try clicking on yourself and enter the outdoor map corresponding to the terrain you're on. If you're in forests and plains, there should be plenty of wild food available. Oh, when you're traveling the global map, you might get attacked by monsters. See that road to your right? Attacks are less frequent on the road. The farther you stray from the road, the more likely you are to encounter tough enemies. So, beginners, sticking to the road is a good idea. Well then. Okay, so we're gonna go 1 tile over. Start collecting stuff. Hey, Basette, how's it going? Congratulations on earning a feat point. Huh? You don't know about feats? Feats are special traits that have, like, been really fast and super strong. You can learn them by using feat points. Do you see the blue feather icon on the bottom of your screen? When you perform actions and grow, the gauge fills up. Once it's full, you earn a feat point. Click on the gauge to list of feats you can acquire. Choose the one you think is the most useful for you. You can also save feat points if you don't need anything specific right now. It's a good strategy to save them for later. Note that some feats have prerequisites. For example, the gourmet feat won't appear unless you've learned cooking skill. Alright. So we'll go ahead and do a hidden save. And check out Basette playing some Golden Sun. So if you're looking for a like puzzle RPG, you can find it over there. So thank you again for all that and whatnot. So with this, because I am playing as a Chaos Shadow, we want to do a body mutation. Because right now we're at a massive disadvantage compared to other classes because we have a reduced number of limbs. Our limbs are we have a hand, a torso, and a light holding thing. So it's basically a torso and a hand, whereas normally it'd have, 2 hands, 2 arms, 2 legs, the whole like waist and all that head. So let's go body mutation. And we got a second hand. And I understand that's supposed to be really good having a bunch of hands as a chaos mutation that just gives you straight up really strong benefits to combat. You paralyze. I don't know if I want to fight you without a weapon. Fireball? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna reload on her save. Because what happens is everything goes from fine to not fine super fast. Oh, it's okay, so it was at the well, that's a bummer. Okay, so we got a ring. So just so I don't end up like accidentally cheesing those, we're just saving after the mutation. Well, that time went smoothly. I chilled it, so I got to just kill it before it even got a chance to fight back. The thing we're actually supposed to be focusing on here is stone. But I am kind of grabbing everything not bolted down. Okay. Stop hugging the thing that paralyzes me, so I can actually try and make a move on you. There we go. That's what I want. And she's saying you become weaker because we got debuffed. Ah, it's fine. We'll crawl up home. Oh dear, Limtastic. How could you die so easily? How did you even manage to die? But don't worry. I'll bring you back to life as many times as you need. Of course, dying out there comes with a price. You might drop some of your gold on the spot, and your stats might decrease, so it's best to avoid it if you can. However, for the first 90 days after your arrival to this land, you won't suffer penalties from dying. So feel free to take on all sorts of challenges to learn from experience. Well, that was annoying. That's a different type of rock, so that doesn't help me. And the green herbs, we haven't done much. Alright. So let's go ahead and cook our 2 food. Then we're gonna go to sleep. And I need to make another bed. Yeah, no, the Jester being able to stand there and just huck stuff at me, that was fine. That was like, whatever. But then the fact that I got debuffed by the rat and there was the paralyzing thing, it's like, alright, come on. Let's see. Life in the forest isn't bad. The nuts from the api shrubs last a long time, and there's plenty of mushrooms and bamboo shoots to fill Mia-chan's belly. What fascinates me the most are the animal nests. From time to time, I find fertile eggs there. Prized by a traveling merchant, one morning, an egg I left on the straw bed hatched into a baby giant squirrel. I'm a little worried about how jealous Mii-chan will react, but I'm sure it'll grow into a reliable companion. Surrounded by Riss-chan and Mii-chan, I found a small sense of peace. Until my next letter. Lutz. And into there. We'll go ahead and sell the herb too. Actually grab all the herbs right now, because they have limited inventory space. So unfortunately we did not get the stone I was looking for. I got one piece of stone and it wasn't the same type as the stone I've already got. We will grab one meal and put it in there for our companions. And otherwise it looks like we're going right back out. And this time we will go a different direction. Alright. And part of the reason I'm grabbing all the flowers is even though I'm probably not going to use them, they do sell for a little bit. So early on, like, I can use whatever money I can get. So they are money. And plus everything we gather gives us a little bit of XP. The dog sleeping going, sorry, sorry. What have you done, dog? Yeah, no, the way you get stronger is you just... You stole the food. How bad we are at hitting this hermit crab. Hermit crab just has so much dodge to it. Did the hermit crab literally regen itself back up to full? failed to cast. Okay. Not sure if you count this as backseating, but if you see it, so there's a setting that auto picks up items that you crop. Oh. Oh, that sounds amazing. Auto pick up things that we harvest, probably under game. Auto hit pick up harvested stuff. Cool. Thank you for the heads up on that one. Yeah, that one's fine because that's like a configuration kind of thing. Versus like this trait is better than that trait, or you know, stuff that spoils. How much do you cost? 7 mana. There, it's dead. You stole my scroll of evacuation. We need to find that gnome. He's stealing all my stuff. Okay. Well, we're getting the stone. Having fun? I am. I mean, it was enough that I definitely was like, alright, well, I want to play more of it. Where did that gnome go? Stole a leaf from me. There, I got my stuff back. That's the only reason I went out of my way to hunt for it, is it stole all my junk. Okay. So we're grabbing everything we can from here of value. We'll bring it back. We got a couple of stones this time. Hopefully that'll be enough to make some stuff. We're getting more leaves and all that, which is lovely. Alright. Can we pet the kitty? I assume we can pet the kitty if it was our kitty as opposed to a wild cat. Alright. Let's go here. Put all that away. That's junk stone. Put that away. We will sell the herb. Okay, meanwhile, what... Oh, here, 1 second. Alright, there we go. Alright. We were working on the mason's table. Right, so I needed at least 3 of the same type of stone. Okay, now I just need 2 planks. Now I make the mason's table. walk down this way. And with the mason's table, if we get more stone, I can make myself a breastplate. We can make ourselves a bunch of stuff. So we can make ourselves our first weapon, so a stone weapon. So I just need a stick. What stick do we already have in here, by the way? Stick-wise, I've already got a grass stick. I'm not going to worry about that. So we need to make ourselves some string. And I need to make myself 2 sticks. And go over here. Oh. There we go. That's going to hurt me a lot. But with that, we have made ourselves a Twilight long spear. So it pursues your target that evades an attack, and it can attack targets at a distance. That seems way better than what we got last time. Last time we got ourselves just like a straight up staff. Alright, so the trash bags don't automatically get put in these areas, is what I'm learning. Alright, so drop off the trash bags. Put those away. And go to sleep. Now we wake up, we're going to go ahead and make ourselves another bed. So that everyone has their own bed. There's the makeshift bed. Cool. We need a little bit more fuel in there. Can need a little bit of that. Chuck the rest in here. Okay. So the next thing to be making would be the sculpting table. That needs more stone, and the drafting table. So all the rest of that requires stone. They're pretty good there. It also wanted me to make the hoe and the pickaxe. These also require stone, but I can make the one of them real fast. So make yourself a nail. Then here's the hoe. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong tab. Do that. Okay, let's take a quick look around. You want clay, and you want 10 units of ingot. We're going to go ahead and sell the vomit. Okay. Need to level in gathering. So, if I right-click, we'll attack that. There we go. Let's see, did that staff get a random enchant from crafting it? You mean spear? I don't know if it's an enchant or just the, like, how that works. Because we do have attacks at a distance. That might just be the fact that it is a spear. And it pursues a target that evades an attack. That I'm not sure of. So I don't know if those are enchantments or that's just the nature of the spear. That I can't answer you because I don't know enough. Take the empty cans. And craft ourselves our next meal. So now I got a weapon. I've already forgotten which way we left this town the first time. Okay, we already went this way. We got a little bit more money from the empty can. Okay. So getting some different types of stone, a ton of mushrooms, some various flowers and all that. Come on. There we go. Sam problem's hitting the stupid bat. Alright. So it looks like that range is actually pretty decent. Let's eat the meat we prepared. Alright, so we're exhausted. Let's leave. Okay, drop the stones, drop that. Drop the bamboo shoot, and we don't have room for the stick right now. Let's go ahead and go sleep real quick. Oh, there's an auto bump? Yeah, no, I don't know what was new or whatever, but yeah. Okay. So come here, and you want rice and clay. Time flies, doesn't it? It's already been a week since we met in this meadow. Ash really seems to be enjoying it, too. I must be grateful for you for that. At first, you seemed a bit uncertain, but now that you've gotten the hang of living here, maybe you'll start seeing your goals more clearly. I've been wanting to ask you, what do you want to do for now? So, the last time I chose developing the land, and they gave me a thing to recruit one person for free with no gold cost. Which, And then we have visit various places. I want jobs I can't tell anyone about. I want to do nothing, I want to die. I'm going to go ahead and do the thing for the combat side. I'm a little worried that she'll give me, like, a poison potion for this or something like that. I want to do nothing probably means she doesn't give you anything. I want to do jobs that, no one can tell you. You'd probably get, like, a scroll of incognito or something like that. Visit various place might be, like, a small caravan kind of thing. But I'm going to do that one. I see. You want to explore Nafia. That's a very you kind of resolution. Huh. Speaking of which, I have something that's just perfect for you. It's alright. Do not hesitate. Gotcha. So she gave me a ring that gives me 10 defense, but makes me weak against lightning. We did happen to get a ring finger, which that was, we did our feet, and then it gave us a hand, and then I died. And I chose to stay dead, and then we got a ring finger. That wasn't a deliberate decision. I need to be more conscientious about some of that stuff. So there's a stale truffle, so drop you in there. Any other food going? Alright, so we'll sell the stale truffle. And how are we doing on our stones, by the way? Terrible. Okay, well, we need more stone before we can do anything meaningful. Because I need 2 stones so we can cut that up to, do some good. Alright. The roasted fruit. I am not playing permadeath. I'm brand new to the game, and permadeath seems like a way to not learn very much. Especially since, like, we've jumped in the dungeons and had, like, 8 enemies standing right there where we hit one, it paralyzes us, and then we get suddenly swarmed. So it very much feels like the kind of game, before your learning experience, you probably don't want to permadeath early on. It also feels like the kind of game where you could take some pretty easy BS deaths that, you know, you jump into the area and then immediately die kind of things. Just because you jump down and there's like a monster that's tough enough that just one-taps you or whatever, or stuns you and then finishes the job. Generally, if I'm going to do something like a permadeath run in a game, that's not going to be the very first time I play it. It's going to be, I played the game enough to feel a certain level of comfort. Then I'm like, alright, let's amp it up. Unless the nature of the game is intended to be played permadeath right from the start. It's like Product Zomboid, that kind of thing. But I tend to play games on their default settings when I first play them and go from there. Now you can get a feel for it, and if you get really comfortable, you're like, alright, this game's good, I want it to be harder. I'm gonna go ahead and hide you over on the YouTube side, because you're saying, like, join this Discord, they were rude to me. It's rude to plug someone else's Discord in someone's chat. I really feel like on the YouTube side, they need a lot more of the stuff. I think this is meant to be non-permadeath, just because how grindy it is. Yeah, there's also that side, too. Usually, in a lot of games when you play permadeath, it is, you play, risk-averse. It's just how you have to play it. And some games, that's not too bad. Other games, that can be incredibly tedious to watch. You're about out of energy. The summer sun bakes the sandy beach, and Mi-chan and Riz-chan are napping quietly beside me. I'm swaying in a hammock, a glass of Pululu juice in hand. It's perfect. I think coming here was the right choice. Finding this place after leaving the forest and venturing a little farther, it must have been a twist of fate. Next time, I'll tell you more about this beach. And we'll immediately discard that garbage. So we're going to need to, get more inventory. So let's go ahead and grab the yellow flowers. Oh, those are sunflowers. Ah, interesting. Okay. Grab the blue flowers. Grab the poison mushrooms out of here. The regular mushrooms are going stale. Let's get those out of there. You can keep the stuff there. Those are fresh for right now. Grab the white flowers, grab the other poison mushrooms. We can chuck... We got the junk stone. I know there's some stuff we craft out of the hearts. Ever played the original Lona game? No. This is my first one doing that. I'll get rid of that. So I'll sell all that stuff before it rots. We are tired. Yeah, that was my first game in the series. Okay. That was enough to satisfy our hunger. To be fair, the controls in this one are pretty rough too. It's an excellent game, but it's definitely got some of the control pains that I remember from stuff like Ultima Online back in the day. Alright, so we need to leave and look for more stone. At least I believe we do. Oh, actually, I might have enough stone. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we also need the shovel. So I just need a stick and some thread. Yeah, you can use WASD in this game, which is fine. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, like trying to use like the WASD, I found to not be that great of an experience. Because like part of it is just like I can go up, I can go right, I can go left, I can go down. But like if I want to go at an angle, I've got weird stuff. Sorry. But yeah, I imagine it still works with numpad. But yeah, versus the mouse and keyboard. Because it is one of those games that time pauses when you're not doing anything, from what I can tell. I don't know if that's true or not. It feels that way. Let's see. Where is the other guy? Well done. Those are fine hoe and shovel. They suit you well. You can remove the grass with the shovel and till the soil with the hoe. Make a farming field, which is essential for crop cultivation. I'll give you the seeds as a reward. Try making a field by sowing them, and all that stuff. Let me teach you something important before you go. Every crop and plant on this land consumes fertility. If fertility drops too low, the soil will become barren and the yield of your crops will decrease. You can check the current fertility level on the home board. When fertility is low, a quick solution is to clear the weeds and cut down any trees in the surrounding area. Remember this well. Yeah, to be fair, you found learning them rough. You also end up needing to, like, end up using only the keyboard. But getting back to that is scary. Yeah, you can't speak on that one or the other. So we got everything set there. Yeah, so all our characters have all our things we can do for them right now. There's nothing to report. Next tax payment is in 11 days. Fertility is 36. So I cut down true trees. Fertility is 37. The maximum of 98. I'm assuming all these little bushes count against it too. They removed a bunch more. 49. Gotcha. Okay, so I was just curious about that. Let's go 3. We have learned to get a deep grass floor platform. Mobile hate is real. You got an error on your 20 stream streak, and you're now on your 30. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. Mobile has a far more complicated time than dealing with web browsers, because, like, mobile has far less reliable connectivity and a whole bunch of things. But at the same time, it's also a pretty rough experience a lot of times. Okay, so we've got our pasture seeds. Got our tomato seeds. And I know I'm taking damage for using stamina. I'm kind of wondering, so a lot of this style of game, you only gain XP for pushing limits kind of things. Oh, it was all the flowers. Yeah, so we sold all the flowers and we just made ourselves almost $1,000. Okay, so let's drop off all of you. Pop in here and go back to sleep. But yeah, so when you're dealing with mobile, you have a lot of headaches you get from it, where it's just like poor connectivity, connections coming and going. Tax met? Yep. Well, this is our second playthrough. The first playthrough we like just did the one day we streamed it. But it was one of the things that I took the lottery tickets and I won the boat for 26,000, and it was like, okay, hang on. And it didn't, like, it felt like it just bypassed a lot of the early game, and I was just able to buy armor. I was like, I think. Is this still the saddest of Neils? No. We did at the beginning of the stream, we had a poll if we wanted to take the information we learned from our first attempt and create a new character. It's still a chaos shape. Or if we wanted to continue, and it was pretty heavily in the new run. Because we'd only done one stream in it, and, like, already we're close to catching up to where we were. And I've only been playing for, like, 2 hours. And that's just, you know, game knowledge kind of thing. So I need a lot more stone. You already explored that spot. What was the big lessons we learned from the last run? So some of the big lessons were just like mechanically how the game even worked. I do feel like some of the decisions I had made so far as like trying to acquire stuff, we just were taking lots and lots of death. Did you also name this one Depressed Neil? No, what was our name? Oh no, our name on this one's Limtastic. Since we are playing as a chaos shape, so we're just gonna keep getting more and more limbs. We also went warrior instead of farmer this time, because it seems like farmer's a lot more about kind of holding your home base kind of thing. A pasture, huh? This grass grows everywhere, but it's actually a great feed for livestock. If you place the grass in the ground or in a container, the livestock in your base will eat it every day. And sometimes the livestock will eat the grass will produce eggs or milk. Oh, why don't you take some of the seeds back and try growing it at your base? But it was just one of those things that... Oh, you? We've got our spear now. Okay, so spear makes that way easier. The extra distance of attack is not a small thing. Okay. Alright, gathering level 8 already. I think by the end of the stream yesterday on Sad Neil, we were at gathering 10, I think? And that was with a character who seemed to be better based around that skill. Okay. A figure of a yeek, a card of a yeek, some meat, and a stone breastplate that we don't know what it does. Alright. So I'll probably want to get that identified. I was going to make a stone breastplate, but if it just wants to give me one for free that has some bonus, I'm sure not going to complain about it. Okay, we didn't make any real money doing stuff today because we threw out trash. Alright. I saw you teleport. Cool. Yeah, so I just need lots of stone. I probably should be grabbing. And you stole... It just disappeared. Didn't steal anything from me. Okay. I'll have to figure out moving so that we don't accidentally get ourselves hit like that anymore. A grave of yeek. Weird. Okay, where did you go? Alright, and we're about out of energy, so let's go home. We're now wet, hungry, and confused. Let's see. So you want clay and rice, we can't help you. What's with the serious faces, both of you? It's not good to hold in stress. Why don't you learn from me and enjoy the tranquil magnificent nature of this meadow? Loitel, good timing. Actually, I received a letter from Messia. A letter, huh? Let's have a look. Dear Loitel, regrettably, your passionately collected rare flowers, especially the Phantom Azure Tulip, have been appraised as fake. The funds you invested are irretrievable, and it's also been discovered that the flower is prohibited from cultivation in Massilia, as it is displayed on Royal Memorial Day by the royal family. You are being charged for severely damaging the royal honor, resulting in a debt of 20 million orens. It's a challenging situation, sir, but we hope you will overcome this adversity and regain your glory. Sincerely, Massilian Finance Bureau. So, I'm bankrupt and saddled with colossal debt of 20 million orans? Seems so. I'd like to see this fake tulip once we're back in Massilia. That's the situation. Understand, Limtastic? It's fortunate that I was here in this meadow when such an absurd tragedy struck. Had I been in Massilia, I would have been imprisoned for a crime I didn't commit. Alright, let's turn this land into a bustling city of gold and pay off that debt no matter what. Do not worry. With my wisdom and experience, I'm certain we will overcome this hardship. A phantom azure tulip. Didn't you find such a flower suspicious? My head hurts. I need rest now. 20 million orans. That's enough to buy a small town easily. Knowing Loitel, he'll find some way to handle it. Probably. Okay, so we don't care about any of that stuff. We can... That was... Oh, it's because we're confused. Drop all that off. Drop this off. I'm just gonna go and sell the grass immediately. And we did get some stone, but not of a consistent type. And chuck that in there. Chuck that in there. Got a couple of those. Why am I confused? Just from being tired and hungry, I guess? Alright. So let's eat some food. To be fair, you're always confused. It happens. Why are you sleeping out there? You... Weird. They both have beds that are both just sleeping outside in the open. Alright. So this raises our tourist value. Where am I going to put tourist stuff? So those raised our tourist value. Let's take a peek at our stuff. Fertility is at 20. And civility is 10 at its lowest possible. Danger is 3. And that gives me more food. Okay. A seed of a berry. Drop that off. Drop off the trash. Cook the meat. That's available for all of you. Now I've got food here. I won't worry about the breastplate right now. The breastplate we will wait until maybe the taxes come up. All right. Okay, and a bunch more money. Those flowers are actually pretty good money. Okay. Will it tell you if you keep, if you have more feat points or you keep checking randomly? It has a thing down here. Am I covering it? No, I'm not. It's hard to see for all of you, but there's a thing down here where it's got like the little feather and that fills up, it'll put a 1, 2, 3 there, and it also does show in this text on the bottom. It can be really easy to miss the text, especially when combat's going on, because just so much fills it up. So I actually have gone where I had gained a feat and utterly missed it on the first one I was messing around playing. Okay, I mean, I'm liking the spear. It doesn't have much in the way of any, like, really strong bonuses on it, but just the fact that it can hit from a tile away is, like, really nice. It means as long as I don't miss my opening hit, I get to open up and get a hit, and it sometimes seems to either stun or slow the enemy, just in general. I think it's just the nature of, like, doing damage. Not any bonus on the weapon. Yeah, because, like, those eye things, I found those really dangerous on the last playthrough. Just by the fact that I would walk up, they would get the paralyze on me, and they could get, like, 4 or 5 hits in on me before I even got a chance to do anything. Being able to stand back and give them a thwack or two before they even arrive on me has been pretty solid. Alright. Gathering is 9. Okay. A little bit of stone in the middle. Okay. Go ahead and drop off our stuff again. Got another letter. Light by the beach has its own charm. If you plate some cactus flesh and seaweed, it almost feels like a resort. With the big leaves of the palulu trees, I can make simple dishes, and cactus needles serve as toothpicks. There's rock salt too, but digging it won't be easy. My old pickaxe won't even make a dent. But I don't plan on using impossibility as an excuse. I'll figure something out. Until the next letter. What were you expecting Balance to do? Alright, let's, Oh, wrong channel? Gotcha. Oh, you're probably watching RimWorld where someone's got the mods going for that. Yeah, there's somewhere here I saw hearts. As a material requirement. Ah, it was the butcher knife. I wonder if those hearts need to be fresh, or if rotten hearts work as well. Let's save the hearts. Oh, my inventory's full. Alright. And that's yet more different types of stone. So we'll go ahead and, like we've been doing, sell the flowers. Sell the herbs, sell that. Sell the junk stone. Anything else here I want to just ditch? Anything rotting? Oh, we got meat. Let's not keep that. We can cook that. Yeah, let's see about making a second chest. I think we're at the point that that's going to be needed. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I saw there was a box here somewhere, because we made one the last time. Oh, compost box. That requires a rope, and that requires big leaves. We don't have those. Okay, so 2 planks and some nails. So nails, make 1. There's our 2 planks. And then here's the wooden box. And for organization, we're going to grab all the stone out of here. Okay, is there anything else we can craft on the tinker bench while we're here? The pickaxe. So we need a stick and we need string. So go string. And then we can go make the pickaxe. Good, you made a tool. All items are made from some kind of material. Each material has its own characteristics. For example, items made of paper are light, while items made out of iron are heavy but hard to burn. One of the characteristics of a material is its hardness, which is especially important for tools like pickaxes. The hardness of the material determines what kind of stone you can mine with it. So this hardness is very crucial. If you come across stones that your current pickaxe doesn't mine, try making a new pickaxe with harder materials. Well, actually, you can level up mining skills a lot and just power through it. But anyways, I also didn't think to check what we did. So we have hardness 18. Did I done goof? Okay, so we didn't have another unit of slate. And we didn't have silt. Okay, so we had only the one that had materials. It was the crappiest of the materials, but it was the only one I actually could do something with. I'll eat that, it's going somewhat stale. And I'll go to sleep. And I'll eat that. Fertility is still 21. Everything's good there. Nothing new we can do over here. You pick up a compass. Categorized as junk. Alright, fair enough. Okay. Well, I still don't have platinum yet, because we haven't finished any of these quests. Okay, we made a little bit of money. That hasn't had a chance to regenerate yet, so let's go to the next one. An orange tree. Okay. A Shrine of Enlightenment 12,000. You shine brighter. A specialized book of jewelry. Okay. A practical book that allows you to learn a skill by reading it. We now know how to make jewelry. Okay. That's neat. Alright. Okay, so you have an unidentified necklace. You have a card for a goat, a figure for a goat, some skin and some meat. Alright. And I imagine eventually we'll end up just having pickaxes enough that getting, like, stone will be way easier. Alright. A pear tree. Just way more flowers. Alright, so we got the gnomes before they could steal stuff and teleport away. I'll definitely say some of these forest tiles have lots of... Oh, we just gained defeat. Alright, so it is time for a body mutation, and we get another ring finger. Alright. And just so, in case we die and back out, we don't, you know, unintentionally save scum that. We have saved after getting the ring finger. So if we die, we will revert to after we, or like, after we've already gotten the ring finger. Yeah, no, I have no context of, like, what's considered good and all that. I know people discussed, I guess it was either hands or arms or something were pretty valuable. But I didn't really look into it much past that. Mushroom tree. That just gave me oak. That's fine. My inventory is full. Oh, right. Okay. I didn't think about the fact that you could use the pickaxe and just random little stones. Yeah, that makes sense. Meanwhile... Put that stuff down there. Get a bunch of stone, which is lovely. Sell the flowers and the herbs and the poison mushrooms for right now. A rare mushroom. Okay, we can use the last of our energy to cook. Hurt ourselves a little bit and a little bit more. Chuck that in there, and then I got spare food for tomorrow. Alright. Do you even get more limbs? How do you get more limbs? Oh, if you play as the Chaos Shape, that's one of your starting races. You start with very few limbs, but the gimmick is one of your feats you get every single time you can level up, or like every time you get a feat, is to grow another limb. But it is randomized, so you can't... I mean, you can save scum to choose stuff, but you don't really control it. Alright, so fertility is starting to get pretty low. Alright, so you mentioned that. We have to put that in her hand. Alright. Cleaning up all this stuff around the map. And keep the fertility up a little bit. That's withered. Alright. Okay, so we're just kind of cleaning up everything around the tile to try and get as much as we can. Alright, so let's go drop this off. Oh, we can drop off the flowers. We have yet more stone. Okay, so take a look at the tools we can make. So we've got that. The hammer we could certainly make. We would need a sword. We would need glass. The sickle. Okay, the sickle's for harvesting, so I would need a stick and 2 string. Let's go ahead and make that. Because we got the materials for that. So 1, 2 string. And I need a stick. There's our stick. There's our sickle. This doesn't get crop seeds using the sickle. What else can we make? So the watering can requires scrap metal or ingots. The butcher's knife requires another heart. That I don't have remotely what I need. If we get ourselves another stick, I can make some shears. They're just making a bunch of tool. You wonder if you can end up wielding multiple weapons with lots of arms and hands? Probably. That would be my guess. Okay, so for the sculpting desk, I need 6 cut stone and 4 planks. Let's see if we have enough stone for that. I do not. We are starting to get a lot of unidentified stuff. Cool. So let's pop in here. Wow, look at all these tinkerers. They're selling all kinds of things. It looks like, let's see, it's like a corner of a town. Look, notice board does seem to have quests for adventures posted on it. Completing quests will earn you various rewards, so make sure to check the notice board regularly. Be careful. Quests that have many stars are more difficult. Oh, this camp has a healer. The healer can cure status ailments, and the mage over there can appraise unidentified items, though it does cost money. That caravan leader. So cute. He's wearing a cat costume. Hey, let's go check on him. The life of a merchant is nice and carefree, but it wouldn't be so bad to settle down in a comfortable town somewhere. Yes, in Kapoor or thereabouts. Show me your wares. Okay, so you take gold bars. I have 14 gold bars. I have not been watching. So that's to make a beehive, a machine table, which I'm assuming takes power, a die maker, a cartography table, a sun lamp, an oven, a barrel processing machine, an anvil, a blacksmith table, a wall torch. Ooh, we don't have a map board, right? We have a home board and we have a resident board. We don't have a map board. We'll get the map board. It's cheap. A signboard workshop. I think we already have that. A gem cutter. We do not have a gem cutter. So I'm going to get that. We'll get the loom. We'll get the furnace. And we're basically spent. I'm kind of going on, did I already have these crafting things or not? So rip my gold. Okay, we also need to have our stuff appraised. So identify you. So increases endurance and luck. Unfortunately, it requires a neck, and I don't have one of those fandangled neck things. So that's not going to help us. We got the chest piece, which goes in the torso. It negates the effect of paralysis, sustains your will, and increases your will. It also has armor of 13. Okay, so what you're saying is a substantial upgrade. Alright. Let's see. Show me your wares. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about the spells. So you talk to the blacksmith. Alright. So we don't have a hand or a head slot to use. The wooden breastplate is definitely a step down. A sand battle axe. So 1d14. Enhances lumberjacking skill. It delivers a decisive blow against a target that evades. I don't think that's that exciting to go after compared to whatever I got. So nothing here excites me. I'll sell you for the money. Well, actually, you know what? We'll sell you. I'll toss the necklace in my storage at home for one of my companions to use. Now, I've got the old lottery tickets. I don't want to use the drum wheel, because this is what happened last time, is I went to this drum wheel, and we had 29 rolls on it. Ooh, 50 platinum. Okay, hang on. Alright. So the last time, oh, it changes each month. I see. What? I got a platinum coin, and then I almost died from exhaustion. So let's rest before I die. Got scrubber. Got platinum coin. I got a tissue. I got a fan. Got tissue. Got platinum coin. Got tissue. Got platinum coin. I mean, even those one platinum coins are not bad. Got scrubber. I got tissue. Got scrubber. Got tissue. Got a microchip. I got a beehive. Okay. Got scrubber. Got 10 platinum coins. And we need to rest again. I'm hoping for those 50 platinum coins. Oh, we are starving. I need food. None of your stuff is food. Does no one here sell food? I physically couldn't move. Well, we're not hungry anymore. You haven't been around in a while. Seeing you play Elin is surprising. Such a good game. Can't wait to see the full game looks like. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. I thought there was going to be someone here who could sell me food, and there probably is. But as we were actively dying of starvation, I did not come across them. Okay, we are exhausted. Got a scrubber. We gotta rest again. And thank you, Rambo, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Helping support the channel and all that stuff, so thank you. I do hope everyone who just got their gifty subs, you know, they can make the most of all that. We got a platinum coin. Something has died. We got a scrubber. Got platinum coin. Scrubber. Platinum coin. Scrubber. Platinum coin. Tissue. Platinum coin. And that. So we did not get the grand prize this time, which I'm okay with. We still got ourselves a really big pile of platinum. So that's some good news. Let's go ahead and talk to you. You don't think the camp lets you pick their berries? It's been a hot minute since you played. Yeah. So train me. Alright, so. I would like the appraising skill. I would like the weightlifting skill. And I still have 9 points left. And I think we save our money instead of getting the other skills right now. Oh, we should probably just go to someone here in town who's a salesman. Show me your wares. So take all of the scrubbers. You won't. Oh, you only deal in gold. Show me your wares. So take those. Take my tissues. I'm going to sell the fan. I mean, we did just get these gambling. So the beehive I'll keep because that feels like it's something I would probably use more imminently. But the rest of that we're just going to get rid of. You know, it's surprising that we don't see anyone who is like a cooker, I think. We got a bartender. Okay, so we're gonna go back to sleep. Let's see, world regen be good to you? Yeah, no, it's been good to do a new playthrough. Like I mentioned earlier, we're pretty close to the same place we were where we left off last time. No, the regen skill? Yeah, no, the regen skill's been good to us. Haven't seen me since last year? Yep. That joke is gonna get told a lot. Shrine of Replenishment. You feel good. Like you knew that you would. Bada-bada-bum-bum. So good. So good. But thank you for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. Alright. Yeah, the regeneration hasn't gotten too much mileage. Because we've been doing pretty good with the spear about not getting hit too much. I imagine the way you level regen is you end up hurt a lot. I don't know why the puppy got involved. This is between me and the goat. Okay, the puppy seems to have backed off. Is something you've already learned that one person was selling it?
Hi, handsome boy.
Hi, wifey.
I just had to give you kisses.
Nyah. I love you.
I love you more.
Yeah, no, the, so regen we already had. The weightlifting, we went to a trainer in that last area we just left, and we did learn it off the trainer. Oh, what am I doing? I have that tool. Okay. And we'll want to get out of here soon. Start going home. Yeah, no, the idea is I can buy a new skill, and that makes it available. Without it, I can physically not level the skill at all or gain the skill. You know, outside of other things, like we found a book that taught me something. But, you get the idea. You buy the skills to acquire them. Okay. Oh. Okay, so using the sickle gives me tons of seeds. Okay. Sometimes I wonder if these letters will ever reach someone's hands, or if they'll just get left to wither away, unknown and forgotten. Either way, it's fine. It doesn't really matter what I leave behind in this world, or who might find it, or what they might think. Cool. What I'm going to say is your letter's worth $4, and I will take that $4. There's your flowers. A small medal. An old coin rumored there are collectors. Sure, just go in my bag. And we'll drop this in for one of my party members to grab, or not party members, one of my people to grab. We can chuck that in there. We will cook the meat. We'll eat one of those immediately. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the goat thing. I would have let you live. Drop that off. We can put down the beehive somewhere. I've got trash to pick up, don't we? Right now, let's go over here. Okay, we've got honeycomb. Yes, I don't know how the beehive works, but we did get some honeycomb. Drop that off. We got a world map. So what do you do? Change home icon. Okay, so we could change what our house looks like on the map. Sure. One little building. Change block height? I don't think we want to do that. Change sky. Non-landscape airship snow fog seabed. Interesting. Adjust shadow strength. Cool. Adjust height shading. Change fog. Grave. Blizzard. Cave. Cave deep. Alright. What's this game called? This is called Elin. Sky color. Cool. Sea color. Sure, why not? Generate roof on off. Gotcha. Interesting. We got an empty bottle. We'll chuck this in here. And we need to go sleep. Yeah, no, it's an interesting game. Alright, so we're gonna go and get some actual sleep. I am not doing permadeath. This is literally, we started playing this game yesterday as my very first time playing the game. When you start a brand new game, there's definitely not a time to play permadeath. You won't have time to learn anything because you'll just die and start over. It's also one of those games that a lot of how it works doesn't lend itself well to permadeath, in my opinion. Yeah, and my thought with the permadeath is I did discover, like, this is one of those games that you can kind of get yourself BS'd where you go down to some stairs and immediately get attacked. Or even if you have a scroll to leave, if you're not really on top of it, it can get you killed. That's the whole thing. Does this game work on mobile? Probably not. There's not much of in the way of games that have like real substance to them that go on mobile and that not none, but it's not a long list. Okay, so plant all this. You have to super prepare. Yeah, no, that's kind of the comment I made earlier. I play a lot of games permadeath. Like a lot of games permadeath. But it is the reality that for some games permadeath is about, you know, just player skill, being careful, that kind of thing. And then there's other games that permadeath is just do not take any risk and just grind until you are way kind of over the strength that. Tools like pickaxes have something called hardness. A pickaxe made from tough material can crush even iron ore. But a wooden pickaxe, unless you're incredibly skilled with mining, you won't even be able to scratch the surface of ordinary stones. It's time to return to my forest base. If I use the black basalt stone that I've been saving for moments like this, I should be able to make a pickaxe to dig through that rock salt. Lutz, the former hero in Remote Forest. Is this an RPG game? Yes. It's kind of like the old school style RPG, like the old like Ultima Online and those kind of ones where, you know, you hit the thing and you gain like a point in XP of that respective thing and keep going from there. Okay. So we've got that. We got a bunch of bones laying around, so let's clean those up. Can drop all that off in their respective boxes. Okay. How are we doing on our stone? Okay, so I have a decent amount of stone I could probably make something with. So you got the sculpting table and the drafting table. Alright, so let's make the sculpting table. So that's going to be 6 stone, 4 boards. Yeah, because that's the mace's table. Alright. We need 6 stones. I always forget that the stones work in stacks of 2. And then we need 4 boards. Okay, we can drop that off. And we can grab the sculpting table. So it allows you to turn cut stone into statues, apparently. Alright, so next up on the list is the drafting table. So that's 8 stones and all that. Do I have... Yeah, we can make 8 stones happen with the granite. Do you like this game? No, I'm playing games I don't enjoy because I hate myself. No, obviously, you know, I'm playing it, clearly I enjoy it. Let's see, so the goal of this game is to be the hero, like bestow, or being a town, like RPing or whatever. It's a sandbox game, so you can kind of do that. Let's see, you don't want a backseat, but can you drop the biggest quality of life tip you stumbled across? As long as it's something that isn't like, you wouldn't just discover by normal play. Like, if it's something the game will teach you about at some point, then probably not. Yeah, it's a Kenji-ish game. Yeah, anytime someone says a game is a sandbox game, broadly speaking, it does mean you're going to kind of sit there and, you just kind of have to make your own what is it I'm working on kind of thing. Alright, so we're going to hurt ourselves a little by going beyond our stamina, and go back to sleep. Alright. But yeah, no, it's very much like Kenshi in that it's got some utterly cursed stuff you could do and all that. Okay, we have 4 gold bars. I'd like some home equipment. Let's learn some more recipes. We learned how to make white bread and pasta salad. Is this game free? No. No games are truly free. If you're not paying for it up front, they're going to be advertising the hell out of you the entire time you're playing something, or you know, they're going to be selling your data or something. So if you're playing a game for free, it is a thing to be aware you are still paying for it in some capacity. It's just not cash. Oh, the game has a free demo? That's cool. Yeah, we might see Kenji 2 at some point there. How much does it cost? It wasn't much. Something like 10, 15 bucks. Okay, so we can make a kiln, an accessory table, a gem cutter. Oh, we sold that microchip and I could have used it for that. Okay, so the only one here we can make right now is the kiln. Which that requires chunk of soil and stone. At this point, I don't have enough stone to make because I need a stack of 10, which means five different stone material. What I can do, though, is dig up the local dirt. Oh yeah, no, we've been getting that one a lot, Klaus. I haven't seen you since last year. Or I made the comment earlier, it's like, that's the fastest first we've had all year. It's also the slowest first we've had all year, but you know. There we go. Oh right, I have shears, don't I? This is the best Rual stream all year? Yeah. Also the worst, but you know. Prefer to look on the bright side versus the negative. Something's muscles soften. Something is getting out of touch with the world. Something's magic degrades. Good for something. Alright, we gained a level in mining. Cool, so we can drop that off. We got 1 stone, some dirt. Drop off the flour in the trash. And go back to sleep. Llama? What's the llama's name? We haven't named the llama. It's just the llama that happens to be passing through the area. I'm gonna eat that honey. That honey was not particularly filling. I'm gonna eat those. Okay. So made some really terrible food. Alright. What is the game of the game? If you're asking me what the name of the game is, it's Elin. E-L-I-N. Just gonna mine up all the dirt on this tile. I have not played Ilona. I hadn't heard of the series at all until this one. I'm trying to remember what got my attention on Elin. I can't remember if I saw someone else playing it or someone brought it up on the Discord. Okay, so I cleaned up all that. All the dirt blocks over here on the tile. Sorry, goat. We're yoinking up all the local plants. Keep the fertility high. So that way our other crops grow well. Heavy rain, lucky month. A month of fortune visits meadow. Tax invoice has been issued to you. It should arrive by the morning. You have one unpaid tax bill. We have a lucky month? I'm guessing that just means our luck stat's higher, so we have a higher chance of getting loot and crit chance or something like that. Okay. So I cleaned up everything on this tile. And dropped that off. So go back to bed. Okay, we got a little bit of money. Wait, what? Secret Experience of Kumuromi. The book written in runes. It's categorized as a skill book. Sure. You have acquired a feat point. I see. Well, with that, let's go ahead and do a body mutation. Make me want to go back and start a new game now? Yeah, I've played since the first few months it came out. Got way too addicted to it, yeah. Alright, and with our new body mutation, we get another hand. And just so there's no saves coming or anything, we're immediately saving that. Oh, take the bill you received from the capital to Massilia. There's a tax box in the town hall. There you can drop off the bill along with the money you have been billed. It will be truly pleasant to have the weight lifted off your shoulders. Why don't you go to the market in Massilia to buy some souvenirs after you paid your tax? You'll receive bills in the future under various names, not only taxes. The method of payment is the same for all of them, so don't worry. Just be mindful to payment deadlines. Not only will overdue bills damage your reputation, but authorities are always willing to use force, you know. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you the most important thing. You can get to Massilia by heading to the road to the southeast. It's a bit far, but you can't get lost. I'm wanting to grab my tax bill. Okay, so we have our tax bill. Let's grab some snacks for the road. So can I shear you, like, every day? Oh, hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. Instead of shearing it, we may have mercilessly and violently murdered it. You know, it happens. It's easy to confuse the two. So we need some fuel. There we go. It's fine. It smelled funny anyways. Alright, so we did get ambushed. Okay. I don't want to spend too much time on this tile. I mean, more food. Alright, we did get any money because we didn't leave anything there. That's fine. The condoms you're shipping to collected. You total one item that you received nothing from in return. We're heading down to this town there. Okay. So we got attacked again, but that's fine. Just grabbing crops on the way out. Okay. It's a town, so lively with all the people bustling around. Buying, selling, trading, gambling, quests, healing. There's so many services here. Even if you get lost, don't worry. Just talk to a guard and they'll guide you. Of course, every town in North Tyrus is different. They vary in development. The items they sell, the services they offer, the skills that you can train. The quests posted on the bulletin board differ from one another, so you can get a good idea to explore various towns. But for now, how about we explore this town? Alright, I'm going to save, so if something happens, we don't have to like go back through all that. So we'll start off by going and paying our taxes. Use the tax chest. There, taxes are paid. Paper scrap. I've had people ask for the paper scrap before. Okay, let's start by checking for backpacks. We did buy a backpack from this guy the last run. We have... nothing that I think I want. Okay, you have a nice day. And then this is the book place. That's a spell book, scroll, spell book. The maps reveal new areas. Don't read this. Unknown author, I warned you. Oh, when I use the scythe, I get just the seeds. I understand. That's something to be aware of for the future. Give me those back, actually. Alright. Where's the blacksmith? Okay, so you have a water tank. Some fish, some cursed beer. Some random other things. None of what I'm looking for, but where's the blacksmith at? Fishmonger's all the way down here for some reason. Let's see. Huh. I never had the blacksmith just not be at the blacksmith. Hmm. You're not like in the alley or something. Hey, guard. Where is the blacksmith? Okay, apparently the blacksmith is taking the day off to pet goats. Sure. Alright, so I have a hand, which I'm assuming I can put another weapon in. And a ring finger. So you get a coral long spear, which grants me lightning resist, which should help counter the ring that makes me vulnerable to lightning. And can attack distant targets and all that. We've got a glass ring that increases our speed. An iron composite ring that doesn't seem to do anything other than make me weak to lightning. Okay. You mean fair? At least his life isn't stuck behind a counter. Yeah, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna live my life. Then we can get ourselves a grass shield and all that. Forbids enemy retaliation. Yeah, because I'm assuming with hand. But we don't know mechanically how this works. Let's pause for a moment before we do that. Help. So what I'm looking for here is weapons. What I'm trying to do is see, like, when you have multiple, like, weapons, how that works. Because some games will do it for every additional weapon, you get, like, a reduced hit chance. Like, so, if you have 2 weapons, you have reduced hit chance or, like, reduced damage on your secondary weapon. Or both weapons have reduced hit chance. But you attack one, then the other, so it's not really faster. Some of them, they both hit at the same time. Some of them, they just straight up won't let you multi-weapon. And I don't know mechanically how multiple weapons work in this game. For making the decision of if buying a second weapon would benefit me. I also don't know if I could put a shield in that hand. Not that these shields particularly interest me that much in the first place. Okay, so that's interesting. So that's a thing. No, in this case, I'm deliberately asking, and the game doesn't give me the information that I'm seeking. So that's one of those ones I wouldn't call it backseating. That is clarifying game mechanics so far as, like, I'm openly requesting that information of how mechanically multiple weapons work. Because it is one of those things that even when you equip the weapon, sometimes you can't really see in the game unless it explicitly is like, hey, you're taking a attack accuracy penalty or whatever. SP basically means you're using a weapon with an empty hand, and you get 1.5 times damage plus an accuracy bonus. So SP. So I'm assuming you meant so. So basically, if you're using a weapon with an empty hand, you get a 1.5 times damage bonus plus an accuracy bonus. Right. So what you're saying is, if right now I have my weapon and I keep my hand free, I get a bonus to damage and accuracy. But if I then dual wield, for example, I no longer get the bonus, but I would get the second weapon. And then my follow-up question then would be, do I attack with all weapons at once, or is it like one attack, then the next attack? So I'm not really gaining anything? Because that's kind of one of those things that, like I said, the game doesn't really give you a clear way of seeing that. That's one of those ones you kind of just pull up a wiki. Basically, is it more advantageous to multi-weapon, assuming there's no, like, big bonuses on the weapon, or is it better to run one weapon? So, like, in this case, these stats I'm seeing in this weapon, I'm assuming the sword icon there means it is specific to this weapon, while the lightning resistance is not. So if I equip the coral spear, I will get the lightning resistance regardless of which weapon hits. But it will probably trade off which weapon is hitting each time. Or maybe it's random or not. I don't know mechanically how that works. At that point it would be, do I replace it? Because this is a 3d4 plus 1 versus a 3d4 plus 0. Same hit and pen chance and everything. This one, interestingly enough, has martial arts listed and all that. Yeah, you should. And without dual wielding training, there is a bit of an accuracy penalty if dual wielding is... Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, well then it would tell me for now, I'm probably better off not running the coral spear. It does look like the spear I have gives me a slight improvement in damage, whereas that one gives me lightning resistance. And that would be good to offset the copper decorative ring I have that gives me a bunch of defense. But this one gives me, well, it's plus 1 hit. But I imagine that hurts more than benefits. And then I can get the grass shield, which gives me defense and it prevents enemy retaliation, which is something worth considering. The chest piece is hot garbage. I don't have a head or a neck or anything to equip those. That literally just makes me weaken to lightning. So I can use this to increase our speed. I think we do that because I have a ring finger and there's no ring on it. So boom, done. And I think we'll just keep with the one weapon for now. Talk. Where is the trainer? Talk. Train me. So, all of these, we have a 1 here, which implies I can already do all these. So none of these excite me. I could get a multiplier that helps it go faster. Alright, that's fine. So I've got all the businesses over here and the inn. Yeah, these are all just spells. This is food. Oh, no, I'm not. This is the general store. You can give me piles of bread. They are discounted. So grab 4 of those. You're already in there. We already checked the furniture store and the bookstore. Those are residents over there. We already checked the blacksmith. Pub's not very important for what we're doing. And that's a store for produce and all that. Okay, so let's see what we got. You want a fortune cookie, I can't help you. You want a cat body pillow. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that one. You want a mini salad. You want snow mochi. You want me to patrol and fight enemies. So all these are ranked pretty high, except this one, like I said. So that one's give me. I'm seeing if any of these say delivery, but it's not looking like it. So let's go ahead and ignore those for right now. So we paid our taxes. We got ourselves a ring that's an improvement on what we already had. We got some food to replenish ourselves. Okay, we're getting a bit sleepy. Let's go to sleep on the ground real fast. I heard that Product Zomboid has changed since in 2026. We should still have plenty more food. Okay, so we are home. There's the trash bags. We have bees. All right. Got tons of stuff laying around here. Clean that all up. Oh, you give a lot of honeycomb. Bees rock. That's 16 honeycomb already. I stashed the paper scrap because I've had my people ask for that. Joking aside, but the style of this game reminds you of Stardew Valley. Interesting. Like, the animation for this takes me way back to, like, Dark Sun back in the day. Because there's not a whole lot of, collecting animal bone. I'm hoping animal bone isn't, like, its own subset thing. Alright. Keep the various not crop plants sorted. Attack the duck. Okay, so we can go here, we can cook our meat. Not a whole lot to add there. Drop the meat in here. Drop all that off. We have an empty can to chuck in the trash. And the flour. So you want me to deliver an animal bone. The question, though... Animal bone is its own thing. Which I had not anticipated being bone and animal bone being different. Which is fine. So I got 3 days to get that done. Let's try and prioritize that. Since that is like a quest we are doing for our people. Alright. So we're gonna run around and hope we can find an animal bone. Still grabbing the stone, because I know we need way more of that. Okay. You're already gathering 12. Yeah, it's a shame using the thing for farming exclusively gets you seeds and not the actual crop and then, you know, a higher chance of seeds. It does make it so you have to decide, do you want the seeds or the crop, which is fine. But, like, then you don't get the bonus of using the tools. Okay, we got a beach ball, considered junk, but it does actually have an attack to it. A raw food handgun. It is a handgun that is edible and does massive damage to animals. And a little bit of money. It is considered a lame treasure chest. Okay. Okay, so it's time to go because we're tired. Alright, got some more money. We'll drop the gun off for anyone who wants it. And I grab that box. That's just another box for us to store stuff in. We can go here and sell that. That's fine. For right now, we'll chuck this heart in there. And that crop. And the fang. I'll sell the beach ball. Okay, we need to rest. Alright. So the thing is, we're losing time trying to find this animal bone. I was kind of under the impression it would not be a hard thing to get. They're like, alright, we're just sitting on a bunch of bones. Some of those we did get from killing animals. So it caught me a little by surprise that that doesn't count. But we'll do our best. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I mean, it is what it is. Alright. Trying to make sure I have enough seeds. We can drop all this in here. Alright, so we'll grab those seeds. These seeds. Those seeds. Yeah, pretty sure this row we've already got. And I'm not sure if the tomato row, if I goofed by not taking the time, because the other ones, when we pulled the tomatoes, it seemed to still have more stuff there. Alright. Okay, drop that off. Drop these off. Alright. Okay, sold a bunch more for money. The crops are the big money maker in that one. The basalt is a very hard stone, so we get some of that, I could potentially get a much better pickaxe. Let's focus on just stone and killing the stuff around here. Just in the off chance we manage to score ourselves the animal bone. Okay. The good news is, whether we get this or not when I get back to base, I should have no shortage of stuff for making moves. Okay, we've got 1 day left. I don't think we're gonna make it. I wasn't expecting this to be something where, you know, I had to find special magic bones kind of thing. So we are going to end up failing that. Like I said, the one good news about it is just the fact that I'm going to get out of here with a bunch of stuff. We definitely don't want to mess with these things. These things murdered the hell out of me the last time I attacked them. So this is an Altar of the Wind. Okay, so this one will give me perception, speed, bow, crossbow, evasion, taming. Yeah, so that's none of that is stuff I care about. That'd be if we're going for like a ranged kind of archer build, something like that. Oh, we gained a skill in learning by tearing up bones. That's interesting. Yeah, unless we find this, like, right now, we won't be able to get back to town in time. Nope, just a regular bone. Okay. It might even be a thing that you have to use, like, domesticated animals or something like that. Alright, well, we're leaving, because we're too tired to go on. We also have more stone to drop off here. Oh, that mushroom's gone rotten, so let's grab that. You've gone rotten. Keep those. You've gone rotten. So, poisonous mushrooms, rotten food, that. We still have some more food on us. We'll drop those seeds there. That's in our poisonous mushroom, so we'll sell that right now. Put the gold bar over here. And there's some regular mushrooms. Even though I should go to sleep, we'll cook that meat. Chuck the meat in there for right now. And then we need to go sleep, which will fail the mission for us. Yeah, no, I picked a fight. It wasn't even with the pink cat. There was something else I had done. But it offended the god that they were followed by, and all the pink cats turned on me, and I got some penalty against me on the other save. And just utterly obliterated. Like, not even close. Just straight up dead. Alright. Yep, so I fully expect to fail this, because I don't even know if we can get to another tile. What was that? In your mind, you hear strange echoes of voice in prayer. All around you, the sensation of this being a sacred place. Cool. It's not even fighting back. Alright. Just endless bones that are not. Alright, because it looks like it takes me about 4 in-game hours to travel from one tile to another. Okay. At least it's nice enough that when you're doing this, it's like you don't have the item. Once this is done, we're going to see about making our other tools and start hitting one of the dungeon mine things. Because we've got a lot of stone, so we can actually probably make some pretty cool stuff. I'm assuming for the animal bone, I need to find a bigger animal. Like a bear or something. Or again, oh, we got another feet. So we can grab our feet. Body part mutation, and yep. And we got a back. Alright, so we're going to save immediately, so if I don't die, I don't unintentionally save scum it. That's not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Alright, we're gonna leave the tile. We went home. Because if I went to another tile, I wouldn't have time to go home. So the only hope we have is if there's just some animal right here who wants to surrender its bone to me. Well, that's like it's gonna be a big ol' nope. Just trim back all these. Okay. You're just gonna remember this, but you feel like you had the same option. Same issue? Yeah. No, and I'm sure that stuff happens. That you'll have quests you take, it's like, oh, that one shouldn't be too bad. But it's like a nuanced difference in name or something like that. I'll sell that too. Because that kind of stuff does happen. Is there a journal with more text? Yeah, it just says, there was a time when collecting animal bone was all the rage in the meadow, but now that the popularity has waned, they've abandoned everywhere. I need you to gather 1 unit of animal bone to clean up the streets. So unfortunately, it doesn't specifically tell you where you go to seek out animal bones or anything like that. Yeah, you just want pasta, that's not gonna help. Anyway, we could look it up now, it's too little too late. We're already at that point where we couldn't do it. Yeah, so it just randomly chose the item. I didn't realize animal bone and bone were just solidly different thing. Nah, it's alright, we don't need to go. It's just one of those things that we got it, and it's fine. Like, it's too late for it to matter now, I just won't grab it until we figure out where to get it later. Let's see here. Is there anything else we want to make now? I need large leaves for those, so we won't worry about that. Actually, no, I take that back. I need planks. Oh yeah, no, I need the large leaves to make the rope. Not worried about all of these things. So we made everything on this. That is for making kibble and clay. Oh, so it's water and clay to do that. Well, it did say gather. Did it mean using the gathering skill? Well, you'd have to see the thing on the ground. Which, like I said, I did run around and, start picking up all the stuff on the ground that we could. Let's see. So we've got all this. Do we have enough basalt? So that's 38 hardness. So we can go from right now, our pickaxe is 18. So we can go from 18 to 38, which should be a pretty significant boost. So I'm going to need a stick and some string. So there's the string. And for a stick, so we're going to make a much stronger pickaxe. Let's grab the granite pickaxe. We're just going to chuck that in there. We have a mixer we can make, but that requires clay. We have the loot we could make. We don't know what we need for the cutting board. We don't have what we need for that. We already have a sickle. Right. So if I make a stick, we can make a butcher's knife. You're thinking that the wording could be pointing to these bone piles supposed to come from, even if it's rare? Yeah. Alright, so that lets us make the butcher's knife. Put that on our bar down there. So yeah, so we've got all those tools we can make. We're waiting on materials for some of these other ones, so we're good there. That's all fine here for right now. I need more fluff to be able to do that. We don't care about the stone chair. For the kiln, I just need 10 stone, and that we don't care about. Alright, so let's get the kiln made, so that's 10 stone. So I can go over here. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Drop off the extra. And all that. Cool. Okay, so I'm assuming... Well, that's interesting. So we can bake clay into bricks. It's interesting that I could put the honeycombs in there. I'm not sure what to make of that. So refuel. Chuck the oak in there. I don't know what just happened there. I wasn't expecting it to just suddenly suck down all my stamina and not give me a choice on anything. Okay. Like, I understand crafting took energy, but, like, the fact that it just sent is the part that caught me off guard. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like that kind of stuff, either at low health or when you start taking damage, it should pause. But yeah, so we did get sugar. Alright, so definitely stay away from those. Wait. Okay, so we did lose karma from failing the quest. Did you just do something bad? Yeah, I felt your karma drop. In this world, your karma decreases if you do bad things. And if it falls below 0, you become a criminal. Becoming a criminal makes life very difficult. Complete quests, return lost items, and always strive to do good deeds to increase your karma. By the way, the most serious crime in this world is tax evasion. If you don't pay your taxes for 4 months, you're immediately wanted and your life will be in danger. So be careful, okay? Yeah, and that was the thing. Like that's I made the comment earlier, that's actually one of my complaints that I have is with a lot of the automated stuff, it goes super fast. Like super duper fast. So you go, okay, automatically fight does and the fight's already done. You've already done like 20 interactions. So you have like no chance to react. And then situations like that where I was like, what's this do? And I went to try and grab one and I accidentally tossed it in there and it did like 16 cycles in a couple of seconds and instantly killed me. So definitely that definitely feels like one thing that could be improved in the game is just they give you a warning on some things that's like, hey, you're about to do this. You don't have the stamina. But that particular one, it was kinda like hard to tell that we were gonna be in it. Stop running away. Were you nervous about paying taxes the first time? It wasn't difficult at all, was it, right? I told you. The important thing is just whether you can afford it. Now, if you've paid your taxes, I have something wonderful for you. The mailbox. It's a convenient piece of furniture that'll automatically store the letters and bills that arrive at your home. This will automatically... Sorry, I just read that. This way, you don't miss any important news amongst other things. We can put you... right there. Well done. Now, at least you can protect yourself. There's still much to learn, but for now, try to gain real-world experience. Here's some platinum coins as a reward. You can pay those to skill trainers to learn new skills in town. Okay, so I got a bunch again. Alright. Talk to you. See your equipment. Buy the last of your cooking recipes. So we learned how to make a breadstick. Alright. So, with that, the only 2 quests we got on our board is to do this stuff. I don't particularly have anything... We're gonna go ahead and, we definitely never died here. Let's go ahead and put that in for sale. Oh, we should also be checking. Okay, so... we still can't harvest that with what we've got. Ah, so it reveals other recipes. Carbon rod. A carbon log. Okay, good to know. I think that gives you increased fuel when you do that. So that revealed some new recipes we hadn't known. Okay. We basically have our construction benches pretty much figured out for the time being until we get our things done. There's no new requests for anyone, and I'm not looking to recruit anyone else just yet. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to start putting effort in up here. Exploring a cave already? You're becoming like a real adventurer. But before you go deeper, take a look at yourself. Are you sure that's enough armor? Caves have lots of enemies, and if you have an unequipped slot or two, you may want to turn back for your own safety. At your base, you can craft simple weapons and armor. or you can browse the shops in town. Protection value, PV, is especially crucial stat when it comes to reducing the damage you take from enemies. If you find attacks too harsh, try increasing your defense. Can you rent or buy a place in town? Not that I've seen. Okay. So this will give us will, endurance, regeneration, meditation, anatomy, cooking, magic device, magic capacity, and prayer. So regeneration and meditation, well, probably regeneration and endurance are probably very good for us. Let's consider which one we're already following. We are following the void. Okay, let's go ahead and yeah, we're gonna go and choose the healing god for now. Okay, so that gives me a healing thing I can do once in a long while to heal myself. Oh, did you start worshiping a god, huh? Come on, tell me, who did you choose to worship? Who's your first god? Yori of healing. I see. That's your thing, huh? Huh. When you worship a god, you'll receive various blessings depending on your faith. Your faith deepens through offerings and the passage of time. Once a day, you can use the pray ability to your god to restore your health, and depending on the god's mood, you'll receive a gift. Praying also helps develop your faith skill, so try to pray at least once a day. Well, that's it for now. Be careful not to anger Yuri of healing. Do you want a bone? No. Do you want... $60? No. Do you want some grotesque meat? No. Okay, well, I'm all out of ideas of what you want. Probably like gemstones or something. We found mayonnaise. A pair of straw shoes that makes me weak to fire but strong against cold. A crooked rod is identified as a rod of teleport 16 charges. Alright, so I got a grass long sword that unleashes consecutive attacks against a target. 2d6. I think I actually like what I got already more. We got a thick rod. Oh, I wasn't... Okay, I didn't mean to drink that. I wanted to collect from the wreck. A book titled The Adventures Weekly. Cool. An old scroll. Alright. We gained a level. Ooh, the deodorite was the really hard stone. And this should be our second one, so we could make yet another pickaxe that's even harder. So we got this area up here. I didn't actually mean to leave. So we gained the prayer. You are enveloped with the sensation of everything becoming one. Am I really suitable for this job? You are completely healed. And we got a copper short sword. Deals additional lightning damage, makes you weak to lightning damage. Well, that was sudden. I was at 2/3 health and he just one-tapped me. Okay. Just murdered me. Okay, I guess we're going back home. Cool, that was sudden. Alright, I mean, that actually caught me off guard. I was like, okay, I might need to bandage here. And then I went from 2/3 health to just dead. While exploring the beach, I found an ancient machine buried in the sand. A rare device that, when you insert a small box called a cassette, plays a strange tune. Michan, startled at first, now listens quietly. I've also crafted a barbecue set. This beach has become our second base. Sitting by the fire, listening to the ancient music, I wished for time to stop, if only for a moment. But a restless feeling deep inside won't allow it. I need to find the promised land. Where could it be? It could be in the garbage. So let's drop off all our stuff here. I don't need this random book, so we'll sell that. We have a scroll of enchant armor. My armor already has an enchant, and I'm a little worried that using another one would potentially clear it. So I'm going to stuff that in there for safekeeping. Meanwhile, the Rod of Teleport. A Rod of Magic map. Nothing seems to happen. Nothing seems to happen. Okay. We'll just sell that. I'm sure that was a good use of it. We have a copper short sword. I'll probably just use that for the crafting bench. We have a pair of shoes that I'm not going to want anyways. The grotesque whatever. The grass longsword. Probably don't want. Yeah, it could be a dungeon thing. Give me this. We'll put the mayo there. Gonna eat the rat meat just because we can. Need to go sleep before I actually kill myself crafting. Okay. And this was discovered to be a potion of hero. We'll sell that. Alright. And we can sell the heart for now. We did get 2 copper ore. We'll drop those in there. And go ahead and cook the meat real fast. Okay, those are fresh. Can I cook the tomatoes? No. So let's take those tomatoes before they rot completely. And sell those. Okay, so we do have a short sword, and a couple of these required a short sword to make. Gotta remember which ones they were. Oh, it may not have been the ones here. Was it carpentry table? No. Ah, the cutting board. Okay, so we can make a cutting board. So that's gonna be 2 more planks. So let's go ahead and make that while we're standing here. Drop that off. There's a cutting board. Oh, I need a second fang. Did I not have 2 fangs? Oh, crap. Let's see what else we got here. There was another one that required a short sword. May have been a different bench. Okay. Yeah, and you need needles, which we don't have. Alright. So for right now, I'm gonna go and put away the planks, the short sword. Let's grab the copper. Oh, I can actually pull them directly out of the beehive. That's fine. Alright. So, the thing we did see is that the Tinker's Bench... if we look at the pickaxe, I should have 2 basalt. So we got ourselves... Oh no, sorry, deodorite. And that's another 8 onto our current hardness of our pickaxe. Because ours is 38, and that'll make it 46. So I'll need to make a thing of string. And another... I'm also just realizing I didn't think about whether... Oh, that's not what I needed. I needed the, handle. I didn't think about whether the handle, how much that matters. Yes, we got rosewood, that's 30. Okay, that'll make it based on the other part. Okay, so it looks like the handle probably doesn't matter, because the hardness is rating based on the stone we're making it of. So let's get that. So that'll be yet another upgrade for a pickaxe. Alright. So now we have even another upgrade. Let's see if I can't break... Yeah, copper. Alright, so we can officially actually mine stuff here. Okay, so with that we got a bunch of copper. We can't really use that yet. Throw that in the trash. We will cook this meat. Alright, drop that in there. Okay, so the resident poster Doesn't really have a whole lot to say new on it. Mission-wise, we can get a cap body pillow. That's not going to happen. And a tea set, that's also probably not going to happen. And I do not have the gold to bring in more people. We don't have anything meaningful to say here right now. Skill-wise, our legacy... Let's see, why are some of those goats holographic? So the goats are a card and a statue. So those aren't real goats. They're decorations for tourism purposes. We're continuing to get tax-free land as a thing leveling up because we don't have the policy to cause taxes. And otherwise, everything else here is kind of not doing a whole lot. Okay, so that's all fine. So I guess we're going back into the mine. Oh, it doesn't reset. Okay. I did not mean to do that. It's fine. Okay. So, that thing is supposed to be fair. It basically just about murdered me in one hit. I think that's just because we're a, Holy crap, man. Alright, so needless to say, I can't take that guy. Oh, interesting. So I was able to mine the other place's copper, but the copper in the walls here I can't. Huh. Can you craft the same spear but better sewn? Maybe. I'm thinking more of my problem is just along the lines of the damage I'm taking. So I think it's an armor problem, not a damage problem. And that has to do with the class I am, where I have less body parts. I don't have as many places to put stuff to give me defense. Because we do have a spare hand right now. And we are hurting for other things. Another thing, the curiosity, is what happens if we just mine out into the sides here? Okay, so it just ends. I was curious about that. I guess we're done for there for now. But I can't quite handle it. We did get some gold. We can drop all this. A superior gene of rabbit? It bears the genetic traits of an organism. It is made of gold. It is categorized as DNA. It is fireproof. It is acid-proof. It is indestructible. It uses 15 feet points. It occupies 1 gene slots. Memory of vacation vibe. Excuse me? Alright, so I do remember when we looked at our friend here, something about DNA. Oh, she's down here. I just want to see your information and see if anything looks... Okay, so you have lightning -3 because you did take equipment that... Yeah, you took the sword that reduces that. So trait... You're getting more defense, you're a rare race that learns faster and all that. Growth. So you have feet 0, genes 3. Okay. So this person will get stronger later. But they mentioned genes 3. Interesting. So the implication here is, would it be best to take her in the dungeon with you? She can certainly help. That's not a terrible idea. I'm gonna just save that because I don't know what to make of it. But part of it is I think I just need to level up more. So we tried to go in the puppies area and got wrecked. Okay, that's a level 4 area. Skill up for two-handed weapons. Oh, you are weirdly strong. Overmatched. It's an evolved Yeek. Well, let's just leave that. We won't worry about that right now. It's an old ruin, level 3. Oh, warped forest danger 1. Oh, interesting. So tiles I've already visited will get a danger rating. I see. Spiritual fields danger 1. Interesting. So that means if we keep going to places that are danger 2, we should get, better at dealing with that. Because, yeah, it seems like what happens is we're just getting unlucky and ending up with, like, one enemy that's spawning tougher than the others. But most likely, what'll end up happening here... Okay, so we're out of energy, so let's leave. So most likely what'll end up happening with that is as we gain a couple more stats and all that, we'll be in good shape. Backup completed? Okay. A yeek on bone is rotting. Okay, well, we'll just eat that before it goes bad. And you're sleepy. So drop all this off. A scroll of curse, so we'll sell that. A spellbook of ice touch, we'll sell that. Some random crops, we'll sell this. Oh, right, and it told us we should pray daily. Alright. We're making plenty of money right now. The other thing we could probably do is head to the nearby town. And at the nearby town, just, take some quests. Okay, so those mushrooms are going bad, so sell those. I'll grab the grotesque meal, that's terrible. Plenty of honey and berries and all that, that's all fine. Oh, more mushrooms going bad in there. Oh wait, what's that? A wooden longstaff. It disrupts a target's actions. Alright, that seems like something to just sell. The rest of all that is junk. Probably grab the grass longsword. Sell all that as well. Okay, let's clean up our trash. That's fine. Okay, so you can pop on down here. I just realized that box is something new. What? Did you mail yourself to me or something? Random farmer? What? Are you like a new resident? Did you forcefully move into my town? No, you don't actually technically live here. I can't sleep wondering if Kuromi is a god or a goddess. Let's talk. Rumor has it Mani of the Machine was originally human. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was curious if like the old pickaxe served any purpose. Like if they would use it or something, but we could sell that as well. That's just weird as whatever that is. Okay, so we got some spare food. Oh, we have new copper nodes here. They might be a tourist. I guess. I just didn't expect them to, like, hop out of a box at me. This is not how I anticipated tourism works, is that they, like, UPS themselves to me. Oh, unnamed cave, danger 2. Alright. You failed to disarm the trap. The trap is jammed. Alright. It goes from everything's fine to not fine so fast. He paralyzed us and then got 3 hits in because we're weak to lightning. So that was the lightning weakness coming to get us. And the moment that happened, it was just downhill. Scroll of Divine Wisdom, we'll sell that. Potion of Silence, that's fine. We'll sit those down there while we identify them. That food's going bad. It's interesting that after I died, I still had the healing thing on me. It's like, zap, half my health paralyzed, done. Okay, that's fine. We're making good money. We're just gonna need to figure that out more. Because, like, for example, situations like that, having the girl, unless she takes point to take the brunt of that damage, which is not a terrible idea, the narrow hallway doesn't mean we can team up very well. I'd have to somehow, like, aggro the thing and back off. Give myself the opportunity. Luckily, we're not getting penalized yet. Because it's at 90 days that it starts to give you a penalty when you die. Alright. Drop the bamboo, because bamboo's a pretty good one. Got another scroll of Divine Wisdom, and a scroll of, or Rod of Webs. Alright. Oh, we've been ambushed. Okay. I guess that one's not hostile to me. Okay. Because we're lucky we'll gain a couple of skill points in anything weapons. That's fine, I'm not gonna harvest all that. Okay, so let's go ahead and come back over here. And we've got our wheel here. So we have the prizes now are a block recipe, a boss chair, a small medal, and just like more small medals. We do have a small medal. I haven't seen the value in those. I'm gonna go ahead and just slam them in there because I can. We got a boss chair. It's made of onyx. It is categorized as furniture. Okay, so we got 2 pieces of junk and a really fancy chair. Show me your wares. So chair's apparently worth a small fortune. We're gonna keep it. We're not gonna turn into money. Oh, we can't move with the chair. All right. That's what I understand the delivery box is for. Look, there's a delivery box here. Carrying too many items will slow you down. If you don't want to waste any time throwing it away, delivery box is a handy service to solve the common adventurer's problems. If you put items in this box, they'll automatically be delivered to your base at your next visit. You can use it to send heavy furniture you bought in town for moving items between your bases. It's really convenient once you get the hang of it. Alright. So we'll do that. So we can talk to you. Oh, you're asleep. That's the healer. That's the person there. Where's the blacksmith hiding? Because ultimately why I'm actually here is I wanted to go check to see if there's any missions on the board we can do. Let's see. You want heart chocolate. You want me to... I cannot stand it anymore. I need you, disgusting race of dragon. I beg you to kill 9 of them. Cool, just casually being like, hey, can you go kill 9 dragons? Let's see. A little good deed. I want to make the world a slightly better place to live. Simple. Kill 13 monsters and come back. I'm having trouble with monsters appearing around my home. If you get rid of them, I'll pay you a bunch of money. Okay. Accept. And this might be a mistake, but we only learn one way. Why did you suddenly jump from 2 difficulty to 4? Because it's going to take 1 and then do the other one. And then when we did the other one, just see how that goes. So we have 11 days to sort that out. So let's go out here. A Shrine of Strife. Oh, well, you know, that kind of sucks. Okay, so got a skill in pole arms. Grab some of that. Okay. Let's see. Improving crafting might lead to a new recipe. That's fine. We can grab the copper. All right. More copper. Okay, we gained another level in gathering and another level in lumberjacking. And all that does add on to moving towards getting our feats done. Okay, we've hit the point of being burdened. That's not what I meant to do, but it is what I did. This is the left click, right click thing. It's so easy to actually do the opposite of what you want. Okay. Limestone. Enlightenment. Okay, so with the Enlightenment, we learn the book of lumberjacking. So I already have lumberjacking. Okay. You gain knowledge of lumberjacking. So the question is, and I should have checked this before, is did that increase my level in lumberjacking? I have no way of telling. Current 3? I don't know. I'm guessing it didn't. So I should have saved that for someone else to read. Or sold it for materials. Okay. When you complete quests, invest or contribute to towns, you gain influence in that town increases. As your influence goes up, you'll be able to refresh the lists of available quests, have stores restock their inventory on the spot, and even ask some pretty impossible favors. Let's see, it might have given you XP because you hit level 3 lumberjacking not long ago. This is true. And that's not all. You can even use influence as currency. For example, one popular exchange items is a furniture ticket sold by the town secretary. You can use this ticket to forcibly confiscate furniture placed in town. It's handy if you're trying to collect furniture that's only available in certain towns. Wow, you've gained fame. Congratulations. You earn fame by completing quests and exploring Nephia. As your fame increases, you'll be asked to take on more challenging quests, and more dangerous Nephia will appear. Earn lots of fame and become a renowned adventurer. By the way, if the fame gets too high and your adventures become too tough, you can sell fame to the town's informant. Well then. A strange silver coin, remnant of what once was a putid. Alright, so I can pop back in here. Alright. So you want assorted fruit and all that, none of that stuff's going to help. We still have, like... I wonder why there's an exclamation mark next to our name. Yeah, so none of the other ones are things we want to mess with. We did get a putid card and box thing, as well as the meat and all that we could potentially do stuff with. And more currencies and all that. Talk. Train. So we have 22. I wonder why those ones are blue now. Why? Favor of healing. Oh, it's saying that basically with the god we have, we are aligned for this to be better. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get that. And we'll save the rest of our points for now. Or the rest of our platinum for now. We got letters have been delivered and all that. Drop all this off. Get the trash. Chuck it in here. I gained a skill in light armor somehow? Oh, the chair. Right. Cool. We can throw the trash over here. And now we can go down here and get ourselves more of these set up. So we've got the figurine. And the card. Cool. And let's go and cook the stuff we've got. We take a little bit of damage by burning too much energy. But that's okay. It does amuse me that I'm getting these boxes delivered, and I'm just using these as extra containers. So there's the blueberries. We'll go ahead and drop most of the rest of the food down. Okay, we go to sleep. Oh, while I was in town, I should have used our gold bars. Those gold bars did have, Oh, we gained charisma for eating the food. The gold bars did have some benefits. We're definitely going to want to organize this all later. Wait, what are you? Oh, right, the Skull of Enchant armor, because we already had armor. And we're still working our way towards the next feat. We're going to want to grab more food. Let's grab that. I wonder if there's an easy way to see when stuff resets. Alright. Okay, so it did reset. Cool, cool. I didn't actually want to eat that, but that's fine. Okay, so we cannot mine that with my current equipment. I'm assuming it'll be one of those things I won't be able to mine it until we get some way better, like, start getting, like, metal tools and all that. Alright. So saying that that performer was evolved. And very dangerous, so we're going to go ahead and leave him alone and just... We leave him in his corner, we'll go to our own corner, and everything can be fine. And nobody that's me needs to die. Alright. Don't tell me he's camping the way down to the next floor. I was really hoping to avoid him. Remain of Justin, Lord of the Distant Kingdom. A bone longsword that gives you nether resistance and unleashes consecutive. Is it me, or stone seems to be hard to get? I did find the stone to be relatively hard to get. So, Altar of Element. Alright. Okay, so we have disarmed the trap. Surprisingly, we didn't get paralyzed by it. So we just stepped directly on it. Mirka Fragment. So it's got a low hardness. It's probably a crafting material we'll want. Okay. Alright, so I cannot use the pickaxe to collect something of the same material as my pickaxe. That tells me its hardness has to be higher, not equal to. The puppy. Rough, I'll take you. Whoa. Okay. Talk to the puppy. Rough. Trade with the puppy. I will cuddle the puppy. We have cuddled the puppy. Now my fear here is I left the really ridiculously powerful enemy alive. I am very concerned that we're going to go up there and the puppy's going to immediately beeline over to it and get utterly murdered. Let's just do a little cheeky save. Puppy, leave it alone. It stays in its corner. We go in our corner. That's what we're doing here. No, puppy. Puppy. Don't fight the big scary crab. You getting hurt, puppy. Okay, that actually went fine. Well, the farmer's hanging out and drunk, so that's good. Ah, so it did wander into the cave. I'm relieved it's safe. I appreciate you finding the little one. Here, I've prepared a ward for you. Poppy? Not puppy. Poppy. Poppy, don't go off on your own, okay? Let this adventure take good care of you from now on. I didn't want the dog. You keep giving me more and more people to be responsible for. Cooler box. Capable of storing items. So I'm assuming the cooler box makes things last longer. I'm assuming. Configure. Drink and food at a super high priority. So dog, if I take you with me, you are just going to die. So, stay here. So let's see what it says about... Okay, so the little dog, apparently natural power generation. Oh, so literally the dog produces electricity. Okay. And it also produces treasure maps. Hey, you know, dog, where I was kind of talking crap about you a minute ago? I would just like to formally apologize. You literally giving me free treasure maps and apparently auto-collecting the treasure? I'm gonna go ahead and just say here, that's pretty awesome. That I think you're wonderful, and I apologize for my not being on board with that and all that. Alright, so who gets to be the puppy? And that's gonna be Morgan. The Morgan XW is the little puppy who finds me treasure maps. So you need a bed to sleep in. We don't have big sad puppy. I'm hoping at some point we get... I mean, I'm sure at some point we'll get better furnishings and all that available. You forgot the G... Oh, did I miss the Morgan? Okay. Thank you for catching it. Let me go and fix that name. Ah, yeah, so it's just typoed it. There we go. Thanks for catching that. Alright, so that should give a bed for the puppy. I'm a little weirded out by that farmer. Congrats on saving the puppy. Well, thank you. I was a bill for 25 orens. A paper bill amount due. It can be placed in the tax box. Oh, I'm assuming that was for delivering the stuff, maybe? You were gonna say anything? Yeah, well, I mean, I want to get it right. But yeah, so you are now our treasure map seeking puppy. Now, the implication where it said 1% on it, my assumption is that means it takes a while for it to get those treasure maps, which is fair. It's a freaking treasure map. Just casual deode right on the map. That's fine. Alright, so let's drop everything we can into respective boxes. Drop those off. We had a bone sword. That it looks like it's just another good sword. A scroll of Holy Veil. We'll sell that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I was like... I want to put you back down. I didn't mean to pick you up. There we go. I wanted to grab that. Also, chuck you in here. We can go here. I'm gonna need to organize these in other ways later. And we'll go ahead and get rid of these. And cook the meat. If you put weapons in the box, or people pick up better weapons, or do you have to get them? They'll automatically grab the weapons if, you know, based on their decision making, it's a better weapon. So you may as or may not agree as the player, but at least for them. Let's see. Do you have anything else I want? We already have the Watchfire, I'm pretty sure. Grass fences. Yes, I don't care any of your stuff. And then there's the Book of Tax Evasion. Okay. Alright, so... we have the bulletin board. And those are all quest boards. Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff, and welcome in raiders. If we can get a shout out for Cardinal Zin, I'd much appreciate it. But thank you so much for that raid. It's going pretty good. We're having a good time. Want to see how you're handling it? It's going good. We did do a fresh start at the BA stream. Yeah, so playing some Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I don't know that game. How is that game? Like what you know, can give me like the cliff notes. And if you got a raid and run, like don't let me hold you. But yeah, so how is that game? But yeah, no, things are going well. We did do a fresh start just because, like, you know, we made a bunch of mistakes learning, and I actually didn't like that we kind of won the lottery on the last one and instantly got a ridiculous amount of cash, which made the taxes utterly irrelevant for us in the short term. So we did start fresh, and we're actually already well past where we were. We just finished rescuing the puppy. Turn-based, fun and silly, nice. Yeah, so JRPG, cool. Let's see, so we can make a wall workshop, a flooring workshop, a sturdy box, brush, a platform workshop, a block workshop, a delivery box, a whistle of peace, a wooden mortar, and a big shipping box. Let's get the wall workshop. I'm willing to bet it'll let me make walls that aren't trash grass walls. So we learned how to make the wall workshop, so we'll deal with that in a minute. Meanwhile, we have a faction map we just got. So put that down, and a build map. Alright, so let's see what these do. What? Oh, I can change the terrain. Okay. So I could go over here. Neat. And interestingly enough, I can lower the terrain outside my map. Alright, well that's kind of cool. Okay, so I could show and hide the signs and then change the... Oh! Okay. Well, we haven't had the faction name as something we can choose. Yeah, and for those, we will name characters as we get them to join. What happens? So let's see. Extinct Wonderland. I love the naming kind of nonsense in here. The Exiled Union. Useless Shelter. Sold. Alright, so welcome to the town of Useless Shelter. Or I guess it's the faction of useless shelter. Oh, right. Let's look at what it would cost me to make the wall crouching table. All right, so I need tightrope. And unfortunately, I haven't had an opportunity to get big leaves yet. So I can't make that. Let's go ahead and go to sleep. Oh, I'm not sleepy. Look. So what do I want to make in the meantime? We haven't made a fishing rod. Yeah, so I already have the watch fire, which is lightning. Or lighting, not lightning. We have the wall workshop, and we've made everything else there. For carpentry, we've got everything here, and then these require tightrope, which again, we don't have what we need to make. I can make more wooden boxes. I don't really need them. We can... Oh, okay. So, we can use a millstone to process more materials than are listed here. So let's take the junk stone. I don't understand. Oh, it needs 2 materials. Well, actually... Okay, we made bone powder. Cool. That makes bone powder. DNA, we don't know what else goes with. A handful of crim powder. It's categorized as a drug. You're gonna pay me well, right? I didn't realize I was accidentally going into drug dealing here. But, you know. So then we're making honey, which is just like an upgraded seasoning or whatever. Okay. Let's see, our furnace is barely working, and your thermostat keeps randomly dropping the temperature setting and no one's touching it. That's no fun. Alright. What did that say about the bed being bewitched? What? A bewitched makeshift bed. What? What? Why is it bewitched? Okay, I mean, it doesn't seem to do anything wrong, but, you know. I apparently got a bunch of gold. So let's talk to you. Let me see your equipment. Okay. So we get the floor workshop, the sturdy box, the brush, the platform workshop, the block workshop, the delivery box. So I have 6 bars. The whistle of peace, the wooden mortar. The wooden mortar. Let's get the wooden mortar. Because all those are, more recipes. So the wooden mortar... Okay, so I could just make this. It doesn't need anything special. Maximum quality minus 190 if I use the oak logs. Oh! You require 40 logs. I see. We don't have... Alright, let's look at our things. So the accessories, we'll need to figure out how to make needles. We have a kiln. That we need to know how to make glass. That we need to know how to make glass. That requires glass. That requires bricks. Oh, wait, the kiln can make bricks. What do I need to make bricks? Clay. And to make clay, I need water. So let's go over to our cooler. Is any of this getting stale? Nope. I remember seeing a container that can hold water on one of these. Here's a tinker's bench. Bottomless pot. Let's see, can fetch water. Requires a pot of water. And you also require empty potions. The mixer requires clay. And the grinder requires water. So we've got to figure out how we can... Yeah, so the bucket is considered a standard helmet, not something for carrying water. String. Oh, right, the watering can, which we haven't made because we haven't found metal scrap. But we previously found metal scrap in our last run in one of the dungeon areas. We found some wrecks we took apart. So let's go ahead and grab a thing of food for the road. And let's go pick another fight. So Puppy's Cave is still here. I was curious if that was going to disappear after we cleared it. Because I'm curious what makes those go away. Okay. All right. I'm getting to the point of always checking. I wasn't paying attention. I heard the heartbeat and I was like, what? It's so fast that everything goes sideways. So what happened? I wish with the log here, I wish it told you what damage you took instead of just, you know, that. I'm assuming minces you meant it was like a critical hit or something like that. Because basically we got hit for a chunk of our health. Now that's probably a big part of that's because we're a chaos shape. And so just very unfortunately, until we get more body part slots to get more armor, we just periodically get utterly wrecked. Here, have a weapon. It's not how I wanted that to go. Alright, let's go to sleep. Okay. We can do the Potion of Confusion. We can toss that away. We'll grab... Oh, we already have food. That's fine. Alright. So not really a reason to hang around here longer. Let's check our mail, make sure we don't have another bill coming in. Okay. Yeah, so get check our Cardinals in. Definitely good times over there. Oh, got a package delivered. Oh, a seed of mushroom +1. Okay. That's interesting. So we can slowly gain levels on the stuff we get. Alright. And we got another one of +1. Okay, that's interesting. Before I forget, we'll shear you. We got a package delivered. A shining book. Categorized as an ancient book. Identify to reveal more about this item. Okay. Be another box we'll use going forward. Okay, so we do have the seeds of flowers +1. Bluegrass seeds. The seeds of yellow flowers. The mushroom +1. Because I'm curious if I have a flower +1 and I harvest it for flowers, if I will continue to get flowers +1, or it'll be one of those things that kind of drops off. We have plenty more seeds to get used. Alright, we can drop you off. Alright, so we've got some food on us. We've got a tax bill to pay. So let's go up this way. We got taxed. We've also explored this area recently, so let's just leave. So I want to go up to the big city up here. Actually, let's change that pattern. Let's go up to the city up here. That's fine. I've got food on me. Character will eat when they need to. The Shining Book was identified as Chat's naughty book. In other words, someone mailed us pornography. Alright. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Hey, I have a naughty book. We have a cool ore, a jar of liquid, some oak bandages, potion of incognito, a dried fountain. So nothing I'm looking for right here. What do we have in this town? Show me where the trainer is. Well, that wasn't too hard. So talk to the trainer. train me. Okay, so you've got mining, lumberjacking, digging. So we do not have the digging skill, we do not have the fishing skill, and we do not have the farming skill. I didn't realize we don't have the farming skill. So since we are farming, let's grab that. The digging skill I feel like we're going to ultimately want, so let's grab that. I'm not so worried about the other two for right now, so let's save our money on the other ones. Okay, guard. So talk to me. Where is... so we have the Informer, we have the Animal Tamer, Bar Tamer, Innkeeper, General Shop. Quest board. I should look around. Okay, so what do we got here? Someone please take my place and perform at the party for me. I'm too scared of the audience. If you could somehow score 345, I have 0. I don't even have a musical instrument, so that one's out. The crops I planted in the field near Elin have grown by now. Go there, dig up 104.7 S worth of crops. I'll pay you, and they give me 3 days to try and do it. I'm not confident we can do that one. Same basic idea, but 92.1 S, and your... Oh, plus the harvest amount bonus. Okay, regular patrol, kill 17 enemies in 9 days. That should be easy. Okay, that one's a much lower one. Let's try the one that's 5 days for 63. Okay. So is there a thing with this? So if I use that, it's going to give me seeds. We don't want to use that. Oh, so interestingly enough, it does seem like even using the wrong type of tool does speed things up. We're about halfway through. You said I had multiple days. Some of those quests are very unclear, so we lost fame and karma for failing the quest. Because the first one we did of those was like easy peasy. So it's like you have to do it by nightfall in 1 day. But it's, I mean, I guess maybe it could be that I just have to watch for like what's the biggest crop. Because the one we did, we got eggplant, and those eggplants are giving me like 30 weight per section. As opposed to those tomatoes were really not giving me a whole lot. Alright. Regardless, let's move on. The ambush of the wild. You have 15 hours of pass that you left town. Okay. That was certainly weird. I could have just run. Don't forget to pray. Oh, yeah. Right, and you want me to kill 17 enemies nearby in the course of 9 days. I accept. 9 days left. Cool, so 17 enemies in 9 days is no big deal. Oh, and I guess we're going to immediately go to sleep. Because we're tired. And we've learned the recipe Wall Torch 2. Okay. This is more food. All right. Got some nuts and all that we can eat. A plastic big rock. Plastic ores. Okay. Getting some wool. A giant chunk of stone or dirt there. Okay, I was feeling a little not confident about that fight. Which is the reason I was backing off to try and heal. Okay, so let's back off again for a minute. Gonna rest for a minute to recover our health. Yeah, so we got stuff in our inventory rotting away. Okay, we got that spot cleared. All right. A giant squirrel. I mean, when they said there was giant squirrels, I didn't mean as, like, literally just a giant squirrel. It checks out, but also... Yeah, no, I've been very happy with the spear. Because it has a thing where if something tries to evade attack, I have a chance of, like, dealing more damage and all that. It also has an extra tile range. So a lot of times when stuff attacks me, I get to open up on it. And get to deal with it before it has a chance to react. Let's back off again. And rest. I don't know what that was, but that hurt a lot. A kamikaze yeek explodes. Okay, well I've discovered a new form of fear in this game. Luckily, apparently we have enough tankiness, which is not a whole lot, that when it did that, we did just kind of take it to the face and we were fine. So you gave me a strange copper coin as a reward. We completed our objective. Okay, we are hungry. Gonna eat some berries. Okay, well, let's sell basically all this raw meat and everything to someone, because it's just rotting in my pocket. Show me your goods. Have raw meat. It's not really worth a whole lot. There's a heart. Okay, so new recipe. You want me to bring a vegetable meal. There's the harvest one that, like I said, it is those things I'm afraid to take those because we keep losing a lot of reputation and all that, which is apparently real bad. Because the describing of it is garbage. So let's go rest here. Okay, so this is the big town. So we're looking for is where we can pay our taxes. That would be this place. Alright. I guess it's more of a fee than a tax. Acting mayor, the banker. Excuse me? Interested in a little tale tonight? You just walk up and just be like, yo, want a proposition here real quick? I want to deposit my money so we can deposit our money in the bank. I don't know what that does in this game. Yeah, just walk up to the banker and be like, sup? You busy? Alright. So, yeah, the baker and the scholar. Let me show you my wares. Here, have some rotten food. As you do. What is the cheapest food you've got here? It's all more than I want to pay. Show me your wares. Okay, interestingly... Oh, these are books for opening stores, publicity, general store license, open for business, prohibition, studious, demon invocation. Let's see, maybe it protects them from death penalties once they kick in? Maybe. Designer drugs fence license. Okay, I mean, license to increase the prices of tagged stolen goods. If you belong to the Thieves Guild, you'll be able to earn contribution points. I don't have any gold bars to buy any of these, but we are learning some interesting things now about other things we might be able to do. Citizen there. Oh. Interesting. Sure. I don't know. Maybe we could buy a backpack here? Yeah, so it's got a whole bunch of, like, different... Okay, cure. Sure. Okay, I'm assuming you're just, like, the guards or whatever. I think I'm just walking to people's houses now. But the good news is we did get the farming seal. Let's go ahead and save. It's been a little while. So let's talk to the mage. The scammed are to blame. Okay. That's certainly a conversation, I guess. Mutation. Magic trap, teleporter, restore body. Bunch of spells I'm not going to worry about. She's like, I don't take accountability for the fact that people are being taken advantage of. It's on them to not be taken advantage of in the first place. Certainly a take that you could have if you're a terrible person. Show me your wares. Uncurse, identify. A monster ball level 22. Blanket, web, slow, silence. A bag of rice. A pineapple. A goldfish. Show me your wares. Okay, so we have the blacksmith. So, I have a spare back, which I'm assuming is like for capes or whatever. And we also think, what's a monster ball? Do you throw it and go, monster, I choose you, and have a fight? It does seem to imply it is like a Pokemon kind of mechanic. So right now we've got a spear that has a chance to hit, or it can hit distant targets, and it has a chance to pursue the target that evades an attack. So it's 3d4 plus 1. So we have a silver war sickle, which triggers neck hunt. Okay. And it grants darkness resistance, so it makes me safer against darkness, and does massive damage to undead. But it's 2d4 plus 3. We have the silver claw that doesn't seem to be like our option here. We have a silver trident, which works against undead. It disrupts the target's attack, can attack distant targets, and grants resistance, and that's 4d3 plus 1. So that definitely is like a straight upgrade from what we have. It's got 2 of the effects that we already have on our weapon. But on top of it, murders undead pretty strong, and gives us darkness resistance. So if nothing else strikes our fancy, we're buying that. We can't use gauntlets or boots because we don't have legs and all that. The silver robe, that's plus 13. It's gonna be hard for you to beat that. A pair of hide boxing gloves. Cool. A coral halberd. Unleashes consecutive attacks on target. Attacks targets at a distance and grants lightning resistance 2d7. Okay. I would say that Spear to me looks like a straight upgrade. It's 4d3 plus 1, as opposed to 3d4 plus 1. So a whole extra attack with a slightly reduced amount of damage per attack. And then if we look at this one, it does have the pursuit targets and all that. Versus we look at this one, it also inflicts extra damage against undead and gives me resistance to darkness. So you're purchased. You're gone. So we got a weapon upgrade. And I can't unfortunately use literally anything else they're selling. Well, for 3, you'd use a 6-sided dice, and 1, 2 does one thing, 2, 3 does the next thing, and 4 or 5, 6 does the last thing. Nope. But 7? Yeah, no, 7 is chaos. Okay, is there anything else we want to hit while we're here? Talk to the guard. Where's your trainer? That's actually an excellent question. Talk. Train me. Okay, so I've got enough for 2 skills. We don't have the cooking skill. So we're doing all this cooking, and we don't actually have the skill for it. I will grab the cooking skill since we are doing it a bunch. And then we'll leave the rest alone. And then talk to, where is your board? Black market shopkeeper? Let's leave that alone. We had bartender, blacksmith, bewitched delivery box as opposed to a regular delivery box. Where's your quest board? Okay, so let's save before we mess with any of that. Alright. Baby, are you feeling it, baby? I'm super pumped. Come join my party and play some songs. Hey guard, where can I find the black market? Don't worry, it's right over here. Yeah, don't use it though, because like that'd be illegal. You're throwing a big party, play some music. Okay. You're overwhelmed, that's the super hard harvesting one. Throwing a big party, performer wanted. So what I'm understanding is this is the town you want to be a musician in. There's another party. Troublesome monster, kill 14 monsters nearby. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the troublesome monsters for this person. You could be a musician, sold. Yeah, you can literally just... Ooh, 2 days left. 2 days is not a lot of time. I'm going to decline because I'm just losing all my fame and karma by taking quests and then failing them because of timers. So you are a fortune bell. What the heck does the fortune bell do? You can't enter the zone from here. I just won't worry about it then. Okay, we did survive, though. So what did I get? A pair of stone-like gloves that have no meaningful stats. Cool. Let's move over here a little. very hungry. Okay. Some of these enemies are hitting harder than I'm used to. You can turn off the subtitles. That's on your end. You get to choose that. Like, I make them available, but it's up to you if you want to consume them. Okay, we beaten our fight there. What I probably need to do is I probably need to run home. To make more bandages and all that. I was gonna say I can't get away. Well, we're home. Cool. How close are we to not having... Because you don't take a penalty for the first 90 days. I've got to be getting relatively close to no longer in that safe, no penalty zone. After which point, you know, then we get a penalty for when we die. Alright. Alright. And I see there's no trash bag in there because everyone in this town is disgusting and terrible. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it went, let's see, top left in the date, but there's no context of when we started or even how long the months are. Whether it uses silly American notation. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It'd be curious to see, like, maybe it's on the character sheet? Like, how many days you've been alive? Alright, so 51 days have left, and it's 90 days that we're okay for. So we're positive in both our karma and our fame, despite failing a couple of quests. Wait, what? Oh, it's the dog, that's right. As far as that, we can make stew, hot spring egg, or a wig. Can't help you on any of that. You're currently behind on 1 tax bill. What do you mean I'm behind? I literally just... How am I behind? I don't have a tax bill. Like, my mail... Parcel labeled salary. Okay, well, it just arrived now, so... In the parcel labeled salary, you pick up 2,300 orans. Okay. I wonder if anyone's reading my letters. If you are reading this, what could be the reason? Just passing time, or did you pick it up hoping to find something? If you hold my diaries dear, do me a favor and throw them away. There's no, there's an even better way. When you need to get rid of accumulated trash and junks, a hammer is best. By smashing them to pieces, you can turn them into something new. Or, new. So pick up a hammer and break my diaries and smash them with all your strength. That way, these papers can hold more meaning. Okay. So, hammer. That's the tinker's table, I believe. So, hammer, stick, and string. So there's the string. And then... got our stick. Go and put the rest away. Put that on the bar. So then I guess we grab the letter. And that gave a zettel, categorized as a textile. Sure, why not? We got an old lottery ticket thing. We don't really have much in the way of food here now because we've been eating it all. And then we're going to have to go and pay our taxes. Okay, those still have a little while to go, I think. I do wish some of the stuff like that would give me more information, be like, oh, this is due for harvest or whatever. And then we can go here. Roast ourselves to a meal. Zettel is German for a piece of paper. Can be a note, but it doesn't need to be something written on. A scrap of paper, maybe, but it can be a whole leaf. Gotcha. It's interesting because I'm under the impression the devs are very, like, they're not German or whatever. So it is interesting that that's the word they went with. Now, it could be one of those things that, like, it's the same words used in a number of different places. Okay, and we got a gold bar for that. Why do you hit so hard all of a sudden? It's like, it's one of those things you're like, okay, they're fair, and then it's just like utterly demolishing me. Because that's the thing, when I got zapped, it was just like, wait a second, is one of these evolved or something? And I just overlooked it? And it's like, okay. Sure, and then there's just more trash. There's always more trash. That is one of the big negatives I would give the game, is it's really, really hard to kind of scope out what level of threat something is. And that could very well, because we're a chaos shape, that I haven't had these same kind of issues. Why am I confused? Why am I blind? Why do I keep getting confused and blind? Oh, it's the rain is so intense. I see. The rain was so intense I couldn't see what I was doing. But yeah, I think it might just be a chaos shape kind of problems that, unfortunately, because we're missing so many limbs and all that, we're at a big disadvantage. Use a tax chest. Pay my taxes. Cool. Go ahead and eat our food before it becomes fully rotten. Alright. Talk. Oh, you're asleep out in the rain. Fair enough, I guess. Show me your wares. Okay, so you got some scrolls I'm probably not going to worry about. And a bunch of drinks, so that's not helpful. Let's try walking up to the bakery. Actually, let's see. Do you have backpacks? Alright. Yeah, a bunch of cool stuff. None of which is stuff I need. Alright, let's see about this guy. Oh, right, I was going to make the bandages at home. That's the whole reason we were heading back. So you're asleep and wet. Are you taking the time to pay taxes? Yes, I did pay the taxes. That's the first thing we did when we got here. What time of day is it that you are sleeping out in the rain during the sunlight? Right, there we go. The bakery. Let's talk. Show me your wares. We have cursed bowls of coconut juice. Noodles. Some spells we don't care about. This isn't the bakery, this is just the general store. And these are all spells. Mostly peeking at the spells. Well, that's interesting. So we can get a spell. I mean, it's a spell with one charge, so it's effectively a scroll. There's the fruit stand owner. Where's the baker? Alright, well, I guess I'll go to you instead. Show me your wares. That should do. Let's try heading back over and see if the blacksmith is up. Show me your wares. Okay. So. That is nowhere near as good as the one we've got. An iron ring. It grants fire resistance, and that's it. Yeah, so nothing exciting here. Okay. So we got ourselves some food to spare. We got our taxes paid. I forgot to pray, so we'll go ahead and pray again. And I realized I could use that as a heal, but I keep forgetting it. You want a stone circle, I can't help you. You want a skull bow, well, you want delivered, but in 4 days. I'm assuming with these delivers, I'm going to need to be able to ride a mount or something. You want me to kill 21 enemies in 14 days. That seems very reasonable and doable. You want a cap body pillow. That's not something I can help you with. You want me to go all the way over there, which isn't going to happen. Wondering if a good gift for a shelf. So that's 5 days to kill 23 monsters. And I wonder if I can stack these. So let's accept that at 14 days. So let's see if this does the classic RPG thing of where you can quest stack. You can. I need to grab bandages. I need to grab them bad. Because stuff like that warrior do a really big number on me. Yeah, I need to go back home and make bandages after these quests. Just should have plenty of materials for doing that. Because wait, what do I even need to do to make bandages? Bandages. So it's resin and all that. No, I didn't want to leave. Okay. Okay, let's rest for a minute. And cut down 2 trees real quick. And see if we can't make some bandages. Alright, so I did get 1 set of bandages. We're sleepy and hungry. Let's go ahead and eat some of our food. We'll sleep here real fast. So we're on our first day and we've already finished about 1/3 of them. It's like, fine, let's just use our spells. Okay, it was a Hand of the Undead. Luckily, we are using a silver weapon. So, pretty distinct advantage there. The Wasp has a high ground. Yep. Okay, we're about halfway there. We've only used 1 day so far. Oh, those are considered danger level 5. You chasing me? You are. Okay. And we got rabbit stuff for tourism. Start bandaging. Bee meat. Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, we only need 3 more enemies. And then we have finished both the quests. So it definitely feels like the straight-up combat quests are pretty mild. Cool, so that's 1 done. We stab the spider, transform her in several pieces of meat, and it says, "Don't look at me." Cherry blossom tree. It's kind of hoping we can get a cherry tree at home that way. Probably can. Okay. Of replenishment. Sure. Because sometimes when you chop down trees, you get seeds for them and all that. That's what I'm kind of hoping will happen. Rewards are left on the ground. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's so weird that that's just the way they decide to do it. Okay, so we got a furniture ticket. And Darth at 185 stream streak. You were worried you wouldn't get to press your button from last night's bad internet connection? Yeah, no, I'm glad you didn't lose your stream streak. I know it's happened to a lot of people. Alright, kind of, like I said, I'm kind of hoping... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. We can get some of these trees that aren't local to where I'm at. Ow. Don't you dare finish me off, Turkey. Don't do it, Turkey. Okay. So we had one of the kamikaze ones ran up, exploded on me. And then just like, alright, that's a you problem now. Alright. See, we can't sell any of this. Alright. You really don't pay attention to your own streaks. You're too inconsistent, but didn't Twitch add a 5 minutes of the VOD? Yeah, no, there's a whole thing, like, when you're getting your stream streak, and if you're getting kind to the edge, it'll even send, like, a message that'll be like, hey, you know, like, you're about to lose your, stream streak, you could do this to recover it, that kind of thing. So they do kind of give you, like, one last chance to rescue it. But it's those things, like, if you take a day off watching, like, a couple days off watching, you know, there's just no preventing at that point. Okay. So I paid our taxes. All right. Just trying to leave the tile. Okay. So we paid our tax and proceeds. Well, I mean, the farmer attacked me. That was the thing. It was an ambush, and like the farmer and this fairy and everything attacked me. It's like, hey, come on, man. I'm just out here trying to like do my diligence, pay my taxes, be a good citizen. It's the starving farmers from Kenshi all over again. Alright, so let's drop off what we can. More tourist stuff. Let's see. So we got seed for the cherry blossoms. Looks like we need to have it, but backlog. Yep. They gave me an empty bottle. Cool. Let's toss the heart in there, the empty bottle. Stale berries. Collect all that trash. Grab the copper for the when I can finally smelt it. That's not... Okay. Hammer the trash? Oh, I probably should. $15 skill in gathering. Alright. Right now I'm just trying to clean up the tile. Because the fertility score and all these bushes and trees and everything count against it. That hurts my farming and all that. Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea to try hammering it. If it doesn't give anything me any good, it doesn't change anything. Alright. Alright, so we've almost got all this crap cleaned up. Okay. Grab the flowers back. Keep that on me for right now. We got a furniture thing. Right now I'm just going to toss that in the box there. Give me the flowers. We'll sell those for right now. And we can toss you in here. Okay, so we got all that. We are getting sleepy in game. Let's see what else we can worry about. Let's go ahead and grab the trash. pieces of plastic fiber, pieces of paper fiber, no idea we care about those, but I guess it's better than just throwing trash in the trash. Okay, so we're getting improvement. We should check in our crops, because we did notice we can get, like, +1 level on stuff. I'm gonna go out of my way to make sure any of the crops that have, like, the +1, that we ultimately do stuff with them. Let's eat the food before it goes bad. Okay, we didn't get anything from that last batch of trash. Okay, so there's the +1 fiber, +1 plants. Okay, so those do give +1. Now I have +2. So with that, I no longer care about the +1. There's the +2s. Wonder how high they go. Okay. Ooh, and we got another one, so +2 mushrooms. That feels like one of those ones that you're going to, put way more time in there than you expect. Just keep trying to level all this up. Okay, so you got all that sorted for right now. Oh, we had the +1 flower seed? Hey, can I just go ahead and unplant you for a minute? And plant you instead. There you go. We could drop all this off. We got a flower +1. Okay. Like I said, just trying to clear all this up. We need to find metal scrap, and the only time we've seen metal scrap so far in the game is I found it in one of the, it was the mine with the puppy. I found some metal wreck on the ground. I was able to get, like, 3 metal scrap. Okay. Gonna drop all you off. Sell the red mushroom. Okay. So we got all that sorted. That's good news. We have the training dummy we could use if we wanted. We do have some tiredness going on. Let's check to see if there's anything on the board we care about. You want a rubber snail, and you want 2 units of letter. We can recruit people if we get some gold that maybe would be worth considering. Oh, here's someone who has 2 different tasks they can do. Cleaning and chores with the hobby of cooking. It's a real shame that I have 1 gold bar, which is not remotely enough to make that happen. Oh, and I got another one of these over here. Alright. So I can drop all that off. Okay. We still have to figure out the bucket and all that. We have nothing new. Ooh, actually. That makes glass. Ooh, we have glass. Okay, there was one of the things on this bench that... Or no, it was this bench. That required glass to make. Okay, but it requires more glass than we have. I need at least 4 glass. But it is good to have the information. Oh, right, I need a lot of wood for the other one. So let's see here. So for the wooden mortar, I need 40 wood. And we don't have anything over 20. So that's something we can work on in the meantime, is I can just go bump over into the forest here. Let's see. Does the Nice Metric Survival Crafter, where you inevitably build theme parks? No, so this is, if you ever played Kenshi, it's a lot more in, like, that kind of a ballpark of a game. But it's just, it's isometric kind of deal. And way, way, way more systems than that going on. Alright. But, like, the leveling is very, very Ultima Online, like, for those back in the day. Though it's not, like, massively multiplayer or anything like that. Oh, I didn't mean to actually leave. Oh no, we can leave now. We're out of energy. We can sell the heart. We can chuck the mushroom, the apple, and the meat in there. We got a new type of wood, poplar. And go to sleep. Alright, so we're just making a little bit more money here and there. Okay, so we could cook the meat. And the fruit. Alright. So I got all that. And how are we doing towards the wood? Got 23. We have a wooden robe we don't know anything about. An empty boot. A recipe for a round table. We gotta take the box itself, too. Grab the copper. Oh, I just noticed we had a feat done. Alright, so let's deal with that. So we can go ahead and do our feat. And as we are a chaos, we'll go ahead and do that and grow a new body part. And our new body part is an arm. Okay, so let's save that so we can't, like, you know, save scum it or whatever. We now have an arm, which I believe is for gauntlets and everything in this game. We need to find some place where we can get an item for our back and an item for our arm. Okay, and regeneration has gained a level. Okay, so we need to focus on these woods and not go to other places. If I'm trying to go for the trees. Okay. I keep doing that. Because it's right, like a lot of the things, your action is right click, but for fighting, right click is auto fight. So you want to make sure you left click. Because otherwise your character just goes ham with your spells and all that, which my character isn't even really well set up for that, which is the thing that I find kind of fascinating about it. Wait, what? I could still move, so we're at overweight, so let's not push it more. I could still move. Okay, 1 second. We did almost die there when I went to try and move. Let's take some corrective action here. Let's eat some food, which apparently gave me a level up in magic. Okay. So we don't appear to be taking damage now. I guess the world map you do take damage. Alright. That was an incredibly unclear mechanic. Because, like, we're walking around and we were taking damage, and then the moment I leave the tile, it's just like, death. Shared chest. That's the kind of stuff that I'm glad they give you the cushion of the 90 days that you don't take death penalty, just because those kind of things where it's not really clear how it's working. What's damn? Oh, there you go. There's one enemy just chilling back there. Okay, so let's go to sleep before we kill ourselves again. And let's see where we're at on the wood. Let's make sure we don't have any mail. We're good. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop down over here. So we're at 26. We've actually got rosewood is up to 29, and we're looking for 40 logs. That's what we're working on right now. Is getting enough logs to do all that junk. Those are still growing. There's some fabric. You can craft things outside your skill? Yes. The game tells you that you can craft things at a higher skill level than you have. They just take significantly more stamina than the ones that are in your range. Okay. Alright. I also partly wish this, when you right-click together, if you had the tools, it would just grab, like, the quote-unquote most appropriate tool. Just because I'm constantly switching these tools out, and it doesn't really matter. But it's just a lot of clicking that doesn't feel like it adds value. So burden is fine. Got anatomy 3. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. So burden is fine. We've done burden travels plenty of times. Got lumberjacking to another level. Alright. That was the wrong button again, so I wasted a bunch of spells. Not that I really care. It's just the whole thing of... Our character sucks at spells, so it's weird that prioritizes them. Alright. Okay, so overweight killed us last time. Let's see if we can drop just enough stuff to get us under overweight. Let's see here. Oh, also, I keep forgetting to pray. Okay, we're at burden. Okay, so it seems like if I'm at overweight, I take damage when I go out of the world map, but burden is fine. Alright, we're up to 38. So we've almost cut down enough. I'm not sure which of the two, whether it's the rosewood or the oak that was close. Okay. Let's alter the wind. That one says it's devoted, so that's like a named one, so I'm guessing that's like a friendly enemy, as it were. Well, friendly monster, I should say, not enemy. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Guess we're just hacking everything down here to try and, see if we can't get some goodies. So get our oranges, and then immediately cut down the tree. Alright. Okay, so pretty soon we'll be overburned. We are burned. Alright, let's stop with that. That should be enough. We should have what we need. We can drop all this off. So we have apple tree seeds, orange tree seeds. We'll figure out what we want to do with those eventually. I'm gonna drop you in here. So now though, I should be able to go here. And ooh, you take 22 stamina. Alright, so let's not kill ourselves trying to do that right this second. We can go here. We did get a little bit of ability to cook some more stuff, so let's get that done. Chuck that in the box. We can go to sleep. And tomorrow we can make the wooden mortar. Are you not bald and naked now? Yeah, no, that was, we did a new character at the very beginning of the stream. It was just kind of the idea is like, hey, we've learned a lot. Do we want to continue the run we worked on, or do something where we start fresh? We're still a chaos shape and all that kind of stuff, so we didn't change that. The one thing we did change our class from farmer to warrior, mostly for the regen. All right, so that's gonna take 22 stamina to craft the wooden mortar. That gained as a crafting level. Okay. So we can put rice and rice to make a rice cake. Alright, so it looks like there's a lot of things we can actually put in here. Nothing you can put in with that. Or rosewood. There'll be seeds and something makes a recipe, but thus far, none of this does anything for us. That's fine. Okay. We still have it made. So for this one, we need to be able to make bricks. This one, we need to be able to make the rope. That's big feathers. That one's bricks. We need more glass and rope. We need more glass. We need more glass and microchips. We need to be able to make needles. So we got a whole lot of that stuff that we don't know quite how to do yet. That's fine. And how are you doing up here? You're still just growing. Alright. So we're good here. We haven't been able to identify that chest piece. I'll just hold on to it till we do. Okay, so that's the immediate thing to work on. So I think the next move we're going to have is let's go grab some actual food here. Alright, so I'm going to have to get some food. Oh, here, we can grab... Let's just burn all of our stamina on this. And I have the fuel I need. So fir is not particularly strong wood. There's birch. There's willow. Okay, so that's fully fueled. Let's go ahead and burn out all of our stamina. Making all that. We'll keep 2 from me. The quest board. You want a rubber snail, a letter, and you need a pot. I can't help you with any of that. And if we get more gold, we can potentially bring in more people. I do think we would actually benefit from maybe bringing another person in. Alright. So you are hungry. Let's grab that. Pop down here, grab our cooler. Take another one of those. Okay, so let's hit one of the nearby dungeon areas. So everybody done the puppy dungeon thing. That's a level 5. That's a level 3. And you're still level 4. Well, I know there was an area up here that we saw along this path that was a level 1 or 2. No. Come on. Level 26? No, thank you. Okay, we gained some skills. I also realized I still didn't make the bandages, so let's go back home and get our bandages. Oh, that's not what you want. Take the scroll of return. Yeah, we would have died instantly there. There was 5 of the ones that run up and explode for almost all my health. Okay, so let's drop this off. Well, actually, that's our second fang. So with that second fang, I can't remember what it was we were trying to make. Still want to deal with this. Take it. What was it that we're trying to make with the second fang? Is one of these tables over here? Ah, it was the cutting board, but unfortunately the sword is in use, but that's fine. We can deal with that later. Alright, so we're gonna go to sleep. Okay. Oh, actually I switched that. There we go. Alright, so we can drop you off again. Those are not quite right, but they're getting close. Okay, right. I once again was almost left without crafting. Okay, we have finally remembered to do this. Bandages. I should have enough material to make more bandages than I could possibly survive making. So we are going to burn pretty much all of our stamina today and just craft a mountain of bandages. Cool. I now have 57 bandages. We are set for a long time. Alright. Alright, bear with me, chat. I have got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, so it looks like the clips are not working again. I thought I fixed it last night, but apparently that was not the case. So that's something I gotta figure out after stream. Because like in the past when that's happened, they'll have like the what is the term? Where you have your hardware acceleration. You suggest against burning all of your stamina. I mean, I've definitely accidentally run myself in the negatives and killed myself with it. But it's a mechanic I'm aware of. I went to use the smelter furnace, whatever, for the first time, and I put a stack of stuff in there. And it came up and it almost instantly ran through it, and it's just like dead. Yeah, no, that's the interaction with the website. Okay, so let's see here. We need to bring some food with us. It means a need to have food. Yeah, so it's one thing I wish I could tell easier when things were basically ready for harvest. Because it's not always super clear. Like these I'm guessing are ready for harvest. Well maybe not the flowers. I can't well let's leave it alone. Because those flowers don't look like they're ready for harvest yet. These ones do. The tomatoes are definitely not, and those probably aren't. But stuff like that. And it could be once we gain enough farming that maybe that shows. Alright, so I need food. Ah, we have our first locked box. The locked is too difficult. Well, I'm taking it home. And you can sit right here with the other lockbox. Okay, and we leave again. Oh, right, I can just... Right, for food I can literally just go and, turn a bunch of that stuff into various foods. Let's just grab a couple berries and all that. That's such an evasive animal. There we go. Okay, so we got a bunch of nuts and a bunch of that, which we did learn that we can make drugs out of those, which was not what I was expecting. So we got a bunch of level 3 dungeons. We've done a level 2. Well, that's an interesting one. Chemicals. Pot of dirty water. Scrap. Yep. Well, we finally got our scrap metal. I think we're gonna be good in scrap metal for a while. He stole everything that wasn't nailed down, and then he grabbed the crowbar. Pretty much. So apparently I can't pick up the debris. Considering this is the first opportunity we've had to grab metal, I am just sending it. I'm willing to bet we can also find the fragments for glass in here too. Yep, that's literally what that is. Okay. You pick up scrap, you suffer a minor injury. Oh, okay. So I can take minor injuries from the actual scrap. That's totally fine by me. Alright. We also got Jean from Beth Puted. We got paper shoes that add to evasion. I can't wear them. So we got some troll blood. Alright, so let's start. Oh, we also are completely out of energy. Oh, keep the dirty water. I imagine I could probably use that as water. Let's go to sleep before we get ourselves killed. And then we got a lot of metal scrap we could do something with. Okay, so let's see here. For working on that, I need rope, and we can't do that, so that's all fine. Nothing here to worry about quite yet. We can go to... I was curious of the scrappage up there. We can make a round table. Okay, so we can make none of those because I still require other things. Which is the one that required all the other stuff? Gotcha, we can make seasonings later. That's all fine. Right, you. So I need 2 nails. And then with that, I can make our watering can finally. Let's cook before the stuff goes bad. Oh, I will grab one of those for myself. Gotcha. So it does automatically water everything that needs watering. That's cool. We've got all that. Like I said, I still wish it would give me indication of being like ready for harvest or some indicator. Because I don't know if I'm letting these grow too long and they're gonna just rot or what's gonna happen there. It doesn't communicate well. Okay, we had something that needed water. Is that on you? Yeah, so we would need dirt and water. And we've got one piece of clay. Alright. And I am noticing the water can does not count. It's not an option up here. Oh, interesting. Handfuls of neutralizer. It is categorized as a drug. It causes mental serenity. So I do have one unit of clay. But we've also learned that the watering can does not help with the, help with that. Okay, that's all boards. Even though it classifies the bucket as a helmet, I'm gonna make it and just see if I can use it to get water. No, it's strictly a helmet. Alright. So nothing we need to mess with on the grinding table. Okay, so let's see what else we have. The bottomless pot, that requires our ability to do that. We need clay. The cutting board requires that kind of stuff. If we get more, we can make a mixer. That's all of the stuff on this table. We don't know how to make needles yet. That takes care of that. Let's see. Alright, so we can make sugar with the honey. The branches become this. Oh, chuck you in for the glass. And I can put the clay in there for bricks. So we can drop those off real fast. Wait. Ah, they're different kinds of sand. Which means it won't help me, will it? Yeah, so we need to work on all that. Yeah, we can get the smelter. I could probably go and make ingots, and that'll let me advance some stuff. Okay, that's fine. Regardless of, we did get ourselves plenty of scrap. We are a little bit on the tired side. Let's have a character pop in here and go to sleep. Oh, we're not sleepy. Never mind. So you want... Let's see. I'm being bothered by a particular tourist. I'll pay you 450 ones if you can guide them to Palmia. But it's very hard. I'm assuming we just don't have enough time to do it. Let's see. You were collecting Saw. It was all the rage. We haven't seen Saw and Gem. So none of that helps us. Yep, we can't do anything here worthwhile. So let's see. We have all those apple trees and everything, which is an interesting consideration. We only got 2 gold bars. Right, and we gave up our scroll of return because we're going to be ambushed by stuff that's going to kill me instantly. So we just paid the ransom and moved on. Alright, so I need to get some food happening. Alright, let's move some stuff around. So I don't need these tools steady. So the tools that I only use at home, put those away. So we use these. We'll probably put the sickle down here as well. Same with the shears. We'll put those down here. And the butchering stuff. Put that down here. And the hammer. That down here. Put the lockpicks right where they're at. Okay, so let's just clean up some bar. Alright, we'll wait until we see that the tomatoes are ready. And when we see that the tomatoes are ready, that's we'll harvest all that. Alright. And we're deliberately killing all your stuff there. Did your god just call you silly? Yes. Probably because I prayed for healing when I was at full health. Alright. Yeah, we could drop the herbs in there. The bamboo shoot will be food tomorrow. Alright. Okay. Yep, so none of those quests change. We won't worry about that. Alright, so we don't have much food for on the road. That's fine by me. You still got some mushrooms and all that to eat amongst yourselves. Alright. What I'm trying to do is just find some quick food as we're out and about. Okay. Would you stop doing that? We're getting pretty close to getting our next limb as well. But pretty soon we'll want to make a town run regardless. To see if we get lucky and, sorry, get lucky and get some equipment for some of those spots. I imagine the game's gotta be pretty brutal when you're dealing with being a criminal kind of thing. Just because you can't go into town without getting in trouble. You would need to depend almost exclusively on the loot you find kind of thing. Oh, I didn't bring the fire with me, did I? That's fine. So we can make our 2 meals here real quick. Alright, so we got some nice bat skewers going on. Drop off everything else. Okay, and now let's go back into this place. It is not reset. So this time we're not trying to, like, rip the walls off. We can find dirty water here. Got some bones. Got some scrolls. We got a wall light. Big Daddy Formidable Higher Ground. So it would seem like so far, the Big Daddy doesn't actually care about it. So where I ran in absolute fear of the Big Daddy earlier, it would appear that was not necessary. A Memory of the Forest. Okay. Altar of Luck. Okay, we cannot collect the debris. Remain the singular of remains. Yep. Okay. Appraising has hit level 2. So you are short teleport to 3 charges. And you are a Blessed Spellbook of Ice Arrow. It looked like you grabbed the wall spider webs. Yeah, they don't seem to be actually going in my inventory, though. Oh, wait. Okay, that one did. Because I've grabbed a couple of them and they hadn't. Alright, well, I mean... Okay, well, they give me some, they give me something. Good enough reason for me to grab them. I'm not actually finding that many... Let's see, I'm not actually finding that many enemies in here. Okay, we've gotten Faith level 2. Here's down lower. Before we go down lower, let's finish clearing this floor. Okay. And the moss just gives me tufts of grass. We'll leave the moss. We got this way to go. We got the scroll was uncurse. Got 2 more books we don't know. Scrolls, some gemstones. Soft, fluffy bread that is chewy. That we found in a withered corpse. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So it's fast travel from this exit over, but I can't make it go back in that side path. But yeah, no, you research the spell book, and the item disappears, and then you just have the spell under your abilities for X number of uses. Alright, so inventory is full. Let's go ahead and eat our food, because we're probably getting hungry anyways. We got our potion. So let's take our ill-gotten gains right now, and just leave with what we got. Oh, let me check this last. I wish I knew what some of these things were worth. Because then I can make more informed decisions on what we're doing with some of it. I've got plenty of bones. Let's drop the bones. Let's take all the stuff we got. We have a full inventory. And drop all that off. Alright. Is there a way to get spells permanently or X uses from things? I'm assuming it's X uses from things. Like I don't think you learn any of the spells instantly. Or permanently kind of thing. Alright, so let's drop you off. We can drop all the spell books off. Cursed dirty water. Lovely. Blindness. More dirty water. Slow. Uncurse. I'll use the scroll of identify. Short teleport. More of that garbage. Okay. Kind of a crap weapon, but that's crap armor. So drop you in here. That has at least some stats on it. So see if anyone wants that. We could go and sell the lights. Because I can't really use those now. We'll sell the hat. We'll sell the hearts. We can cook the meat. Alright. We can go over to you. and make some more glass. And make even more glass. Cool. And drop that off. Then go to the mixing station. And cursed water. I was hoping to make cursed clay or something like that. Alright, that gives us 5 clay. There's something in here that we were able to make with clay that we were waiting on. It wasn't this one. It wasn't the bucket. Wasn't those. Gotta figure out which table it was. Oh, the mixer. That's right. Okay. I'll have to use for dessert making. Alright, so let's go ahead and make the mixer. And if you don't get bottles back to refill them with dirty water from the pond. Yeah. No, it looks like right now we find them in the dungeon weirdly. Alright. So we've got the mixer, which is an interesting consideration. So let's switch to our second tab. Put the mixer in here somewhere. So we can make mousse with fruit and gelatin or milk. And we can make a blood pack from meat, a seasoning. Oh, we can basically meat. We can make blood packs from meat. Ah, so if I'm a vampire. So mixer, not a whole lot of useful for us right now, but it's just another thing that we can have. Let's go ahead and turn a clay into a brick. Let's see here. So we got 4 bricks. So the accessory table needs our things. The gem cutter needs our things. The glass maker is getting close to being able to do stuff. The smelter just needs 2 more clay bricks. Ooh, actually, we can make the furnace. Alright, so let's go ahead and we need 6 chunks of stone. I don't know if the hardness matters for any of this, so we're not going to waste good stone on this. Okay, and if we make the furnace, that's 12 stamina. Let's not do that now, because I'm a little concerned it'll kill us. So I've got a couple of stamina left to burn. Alright. Okay, when we get up in the morning, we're going to harvest everything. We got an iron bolt. We've also got onyx gems. And I've also got bread here to use. We've got silk. I'm curious when we get the boxes that have, that you can put the trash in and all that, what the actual implications of that is. I'm hoping you can get your people to put the trash in there themselves. Like, if you have someone set up to chores or whatever it was, or cleaning, they'll take care of it. Alright, so with that, we can make ourselves another crafting bench of the furnace. Max quality -6. Okay. It is made of soil. So I'm assuming what happens here is we're going to get terrible quality, and then later I'll want to remake it with better materials. Right now I'm going to go ahead and do it anyways. You don't know any recipes for the furnace. Well, cool, I guess. Alright, so next one we could do is potentially the smelter. Which again is going to be more brick and, you know, a bunch of ore and all that. We've definitely already got our food sorted. So let's go ahead and, can I make the character rest real fast? Is that doing anything? I wanted it to gain my, stamina, but that's fine. Okay, we made a whole bunch of money. Okay, the lights were worth a lot of money. So this teaches me, if it ain't bolted down, rip it off the walls and sell it. Getting our level in anatomy. Okay. Let's see how the second floor looks. A bottle of olive oil. Cool. Another level in pole arms. Another ultra luck. All right. So far we haven't run into anything too dangerous. But it feels like most of these, it's like everything's chill, and then you find that one enemy who's just impossibly stronger than you are. Sea pants. Junk. All right. Bandage up. He actually hurt me quite a bit. Hey, Yoshisuke. How's it going? Makeshift stone arrows. Steal another light. Got to work soon? Gotcha. Hope you have a good day. Golden Bell. We're doing a whole lot of nothing to each other. Did it run away? Because I noticed it's doing more and more damage each time it hit me. So it seemed like it had the benefit of, I think it was the claw weapons. Which is that for each consecutive attack, you do more damage or something like that. So it started doing damage, it seemed to be escalating. I backed off to, you know, see if I could reset it or whatever. Okay, so we got all this. There's another tunnel over there. Just... Okay, there's an enemy over there taking the minecart. Okay, we're hungry. Okay, so let's move our way back over to the staircase. Blade. Okay, I was a little worried he might be harder than he appeared. Something just knocked a hole in that wall down there. Okay, it's not a strong enemy. But it sure is holding up against me. Are you playing Chaos Shape? Going to the title? Yes. Okay. I have conquered the Arcane Macarium and gained 32 fame plus 5 karma, and the deepest level has now been updated to level 5. We got Exquisite Treasure Chest. Nothing seems to happen. Alright, we'll deal with that later. Because we now burdened. Okay. Let's eat the bread to make inventory space. Please tell me I can carry you. Too heavy. I wanted to steal the exquisite treasure chest. Bottle of milk. That's a fun class to play if RNG is on your side. Yeah, no, I've been warned based on the what limbs you generate can massively change the experience for better or worse. Let's see. Piece of fiber probably doesn't matter to us. What else do we want to potentially ditch? Probably toss that back in the ground. Steal the lights. I found the lights to actually hold some relatively good value. A hot guy. We were attacked by a hot guy. Can you put things back in and grab it? Do they get lighter? Oh, no, I think the treasure chest itself is ridiculously heavy. Like, even disregarding the stuff in it or whatever. Okay. So let's see. We got a bunch of stuff here. Let's get the oak log. That's not something I need to be carrying. We have a breastplate 1-1. We have a decorative necklace. It's nothing amazing. We got some stuff here. Fortunately, that's all full down there. We got a bunch of books we can read. Probably the sea pants. Okay, so those are straight up a regular breastplate. A pair of sandals. They're made of pine. This is junk. They gained a level in weight training. So yeah, compared to how much effort it took us to do the puppy thing at the beginning, we're doing way easier time now. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay. There, I wanted to get so I wasn't getting hit from multiple at once. The hell with that thing. Yeah, we killed a sparkling enemy down there and got like a whole bunch of stuff. But that thing was just kicking our butt, and then we're going to get ganged up on. I've got a full inventory as it is. Let's take our ill-gotten gains and then just get out of here. Where's my staircase? There it is. All right. Okay. I also remember that I was supposed to do the farm stuff, so let's throw all the lights in there. Because that'll be good. We've got another figurine to put down. And our card to put down. We have a rigid handgun. We'll leave that for anyone who wants in there. Oh, we've got a paper short sword. That's nothing amazing. Okay, we got a necklace that has literally nothing beneficial about it, so we'll just sell that. We could sell these spells. The breastplate is pretty awful, but maybe one of my companions can use it. We can go ahead and drop you off. Chuck the olive oil in there, and the milk in there. The 2 pieces of meat for right now. We'll go through that in a minute. The makeshift arrows could be chucked there. Okay, so there's a treasure map. Stupid bad Nalt's evasion. Alright, so there's our level 2 mushrooms. Level 2 flowers. Those not ready? Is that what's going on? Alright. Basically, I'm trying to slowly, like, level all these up. There we go. We got level 1 grass. Let's go ahead and we will yoink the other one up, because I don't need it. There's level 1 grass seeds. Okay. There's a level 1 flower. Plant more tomatoes. Giving your enemy paper cuts isn't a war crime? No. It's just mean. Alright. So continue to plant our higher level stuff. Okay, we put all those away. Cool, so we got all that. We got our spell to get rid of. Okay, so we got that. Let's go ahead and water our plants real quick. We gained our level in farming. Oh, I also realized we gained defeat a while ago and I didn't pay attention to it. Alright. So let's go ahead and use our feat. Now, as I mentioned a couple of times, I've been warned that, like, really you should abuse saves coming with this. We're not. We're just taking whatever we get. And we got another hand. So we've got 3 hands, a foot, an arm, and a back. And a hand, like, and a finger. So I feel like that's not bad. I feel like having an abundance of hands is a good thing. But I don't know that for a fact. Okay, no new mail. But yeah, what I've been told is basically you can like dual wield, but you'll take an accuracy penalty. But if you don't dual wield, you'll get bonuses. So like that's kind of what it's led to, and it was kind of hard to quantify. It does sound like there's like a dual wielding skill of some kind. Oh, you just want Vine. We can do that. So we can just go right over to, I think this box will have our Vine. I have your requested stuff. Oh, you brought me Vine. Thank you. Here's your reward. Let me see your equipment. We got a couple of gold bars. They have flooring workshop and all that. We weren't able to make those earlier. I suspect we need more stuff. Okay, we can put the rest of the vines back. You want a gem. I don't have enough gems. And you want curry, and I don't even know how to make curry. Okay. So, if we go to our mixing table, we should be able to make clay. I'm not going to make it right now, but... Okay. So the meat we have stuff we can do there. Let's go ahead and rest before we do anything with that clay. Alright, we can go here. We can make the clay into bricks. Cool, nothing new to add in that one. Alright. So with that, I just need 12 cut stones. And then we can make a smelter. So for 12 cut stones... do you mind? Trying to work here, man. So rude. Okay, so we still got 28 energy left. And there's the smelter. Okay, so we could toss in ore and ingots. Interestingly enough, I can apparently toss the gems in there. Refuel. So the bamboo logs are some of the highest hardness we've got right now. We chuck those in there. Okay. We got plastic ingots. We need to be ready to cancel this because it will continue to drain our stats until we die. So the girl walked up and started just yelling, or, the moment... Okay. Cool, so we got a bunch of money and some gold bars. And we need to go sleep now. It looks like our tax bill just arrived. I don't understand why we're getting a salary. I'm not against it, I just don't understand it. Let's cook that meat before it goes bad. Oh yeah, we can make the weed stew that's a little bit better. Okay. Oh, we're hungry, so we'll grab one of those. Okay, so let's get back to smelting. Because I got a giant heap of copper that we've been collecting. I imagine as well as things that we probably want the blacksmith skill to make this not terrible. Because I probably could get a lot of XP out of this, but right now, because I don't have the appropriate skill, we're just doing stuff without the skill. It's fine. I just figured it's something we've got here. We can smelt it. Maybe, maybe not, I can put it to use. Alright. And there is a big old stack of ingots. I'll drop that off. And then we're not done yet, because I also have glass to process. Okay, we can put those away. Alright, so let's check on our list. So we can't make the accessory thing until we learn how to do those. Once we get microchips, we can make a gem cutter. We can make the glass maker's table if we make 4 nails. We'll go ahead and make the nails, and I'm going to have to rest before I actually do anything with them. It'll probably only hurt horrifically. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was. Alright, now we need to run to pay our taxes. Just go ahead and eat the mushrooms and be done with it. Oh, I don't have enough glass. Oh yeah, I do, actually. Okay. Ah, so we make the carbon logs, I can make empty potion bottles. But we'll worry about that later. Okay. So. We need to... apparently water these again. Alright. So then the next question is, I assume with like the Tinker's Bench and all that, for this, not you. We got the sturdy box, which just takes nails. The ornamental box. Okay. Yes, the question was, we take the pickaxe now. I can tell it to do copper. Interestingly enough, the copper only has 30 for its hardness. So it's actually a downgrade from what we've already got, which is not something I'd anticipated. We can make an old lantern out of thread and scrap and all that. Yeah, and for stuff like the loom, we'll need the needle and all that. Okay, so I think we're in relatively good shape. We need to bring a little bit of food for ourselves, which is looking pretty scarce. Oh, I wonder if I leave... Okay. Let's leave the tools for handling all the animals and all that behind. And then see if they'll take care of the crops, like, more holistically. Because that's kind of what I'm trying to do, is I would really like it so that, you know, I've got someone assigned to farming, I would like them to farm. Alright, so we're gonna have to grab food along the way, but that's fine. I do have 10,000 money. Let's save just in case we die, we don't get set back. But it was almost finished clearing one of the new locations in Zomboid. Took a bite because the Zomboid just walked through a window instead of climbing. You're not even mad. You're just in shock because you never had that bug happen. I've not heard of that one. Okay. Okay, so I can't remove it from the wall. We know we need some berries or something to eat. Hello? We got raw meat and everything. The question is, what was it to make a fire? I just need to cut down a tree. We can find a tree, I can cut it down, get some wood resin. Okay. Because we're getting the ability to be able to handle a lot of this a lot better. We're getting a bunch of polearm skill. Literally no trees in this map. I know it's a road. I've learned something. I went to use the altar, and I accidentally picked it up, and I got confused as to what was going on, and then I got attacked, so I went to put the altar down, but I threw it at someone, and I killed them with it. So, it is apparently a thing we can do, that we can pick up furniture as our means of doing damage. All right. Refuel. Not much, but I'll have to do. Cook the meat, because the meat's gonna go bad. And the berry. We'll keep that fire on us. Oh, we got a letter that is junk. And we are hungry. Show me your wares. We can get cookies. And breadsticks and all sorts of stuff. I'll grab the cookies. Have some hearts. Have some grotesque meat. And have a bamboo shoot. Okay, so let's go pay our taxes first, because that's the whole reason we went down here. Is the tax man won't let me be. How much? Okay, so our taxes are slowly going up. Plenty manageable. Let's go check on this guy, because once upon a time we saw a backpack on him. I'll buy your maps. Your scroll of evacuation. Oh, that wasn't the guy. This is the one who has the Show me your wares. All right, we have a cash register, cabinet, shelves, trough, wall decorations. Yeah, we got lucky at one time he had a backpack. It's like, all right, I'll take the backpack and equip it. Okay, you're asleep. Got some lockpicks for me. Bunch of stuff I don't care about. They've already gone to the trainer here a couple of times. I don't imagine any of these other ones over here, because I really don't care about a lot of this stuff, other than just to have some extra food. But really like to check out the blacksmith. And what do you got here? You need a big table. Don't care. Is this what is this game, and is it multiplayer? This is Elin, and it is not multiplayer. You want an onigiri. I've learned just not take the harvest contracts because they don't explain how they even work. Okay, actually, we'll take this one. So I've got 1 day, 34.7 S worth of crops. So my assumption is we want to find big crops. Oh my god, please, bat. Where's the farm? Ah, so there's huge and then rather big. I see. So let's grab the huge. There's a huge one under there. There's a huge one there. Those are rather big. There's huge here. Very huge. Okay, that's something to know, that there's bigger than huge. Monstrous. there's no telling what's going on with this. They need to have that quest give more information, because it's like, okay, am I running out of time? How long do I have? What do I need to do? That quest series definitely is one of my big negatives. Is that, like, harvest these, and it goes just like there's just a lack of information that it gives you. Okay, so show me your wares. So we got a Mika longsword, an iron club. We have robes. So basically I've got an arm slot, and I've got a back slot, and 2 hands we can put to use. Ooh, that grants a lot of fire resistance. Does this mean you can triple wield? Yeah, and I'm curious how all of that mechanically works. Because, like I mentioned before, some games, when you multi-wield, you hit with one weapon, then with the other weapon, so you're hitting, like, the normal speed, and you'd have to use advantage of the multiple weapons. Some, they all hit at the same time, but, you know, there's an accuracy penalty, and I don't really know how it works in this game. But it's interesting to think, it's like, okay, I've got this one where I can hit at range. I have this one where I get extra based on consecutive hits. And then there's the punching gloves, which I have a chance to counter when I dodge. And it does make me wonder, like, how much you could abuse all of those stacking things. Like, that's the curiosity. I do think we're going to experiment with that. So I'm going to toss those on. And that increases our luck. So we might end up having a bad time with that, but basically, I now can hit from a tile away. Yeah, and that's my understanding of the way you make this race work. Is just you get lucky with the different limbs you get, and then you just figure out ways to, like, abuse them through itemization. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I would like to... Oh, wait, you won't identify? Ah, here we go. I want you to identify all my stuff. Okay, so we got a wooden short sword. Not particularly great. And we've got a Mika Claw -5. Okay. So it is outright a terrible weapon all the way around. It gives perception and luck. And it sustains your dexterity, whatever that means. But it's -5. Which is curious, because it doesn't even give me a information like where it says 2d5 or whatever. It doesn't even give me that. It just says -5 where it should say that. So I'm thinking it's like, it's so terrible it physically can't do damage or something. Alright. So what we can do here is clearly that thing's garbage. Let's talk to you. Show me your wares. Yeah, you can have this piece of junk. The short sword we can actually use for crafting benches and all that. So we're gonna go ahead and grab that. We have enough food to get home. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the inventory had updated. Okay, so we'll just rest real fast, because we're sleepy. Sir, very hungry. What did you steal? I stole some of my oak bandages. So let's go look for him. It's not the one who stole my bandages. Yep, so I don't really understand how this is working. Well, okay. So I follow your of healing. So I'm following the person that's currently being hung. So I can try and rescue them. But that's 3 people I'm up against. My life bar didn't move. I went from absolute full health to just dead. Oh. Well, we're home. How close are we to the point? We gotta be getting very close to the point where I will no longer be safe from death penalty. Where's the number of days? It's here. Ooh, we were close. In 5 days, we start taking a penalty for dying. Okay. This game is not ready for blind playthroughs. It just needs external guides at this point. What kind of death penalties are there? Apparently you can lose stats and have some of your money stolen kind of thing. Which does sound absolutely horrendous. Got choose to identify. So this. We've had them ask for the letters before. We'll chuck that into a box. And these are my cookies. You can't have them. Picked a lot of first deaths. Yeah, no, there's been, like, I think the game is amazing, but it would definitely give it some criticisms that, like, it does a real bad job of communicating a lot of things. And a lot of them are very important things to your success, and it's not the kind of thing that you're supposed to discover so much as, like, the information they give you is inadequate, that you have to just kind of guess. Which is, honestly, a very common problem with this type of game. So I need the leaves to do that. Yeah, no, it's all good, like, not looking to have stuff spoiled. But like I said, it is definitely a thing in this game that it does have some shortcomings in the communication side of things. Which again is a very common problem for the genre. And we can yoink all this off the ground. Yep, no, it's all good. And we have learned how to make a stump. Cool. And let's see here. Oh, right, I put my tools away. I was like, where did literally all my tools go? Right, I was putting my tools away to see if the characters would use them while I'm not here. So we can drop you two in there. Drop you off there. And I think it was over here. Yeah, cutting board. I don't really care about that short sword. Okay, so we can make mini salads, and we can slice fish. And I use 14 stamina, which we can give up. Cool. Alright. Oh, that salad is already rotting because I used rotting produce. You know what? That's fine. We still got some, still got some stats out of it. Corpse of a tourist. I'm not eating the people meat. I'm putting that away. The dog can have it. Okay. So we're doing just fine on money. That is one thing that makes me happy, is when it first mentioned there's the tax, I was kind of worried it was going to be one of those games where you had to, like, really, really push to, you know, meet your tax quota. And that was kind of just the nature of the game, was, you know, trying to get ahead of your taxes long enough to do stuff and then leveling up so you can hopefully pursue that more. That doesn't seem to be the case. The taxes seem to be going up pretty slowly. Like, it is going up, but it's not a big deal. You now learned how to make a showcase. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and eat this. And we got bandages and all that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I'm feeling comfortable with where things are at. Let's go ahead and get the last of the early quests done. Because we've handled a level 3 one. So let's check a level 4. Okay. So we got a scroll. Okay, we have jammed the trap. It does seem like the weapons stack their hits. So, like, having a whole lot of limbs just means I'm going to be throwing a whole lot of hits in. Grab a decorative ring, which does nothing, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. An old sketch. Got some ale. You're not hostile. Yep, so basalt I can't use that one. Right, let's keep exploring the floor. See what goodies I can find. All right. Okay, floor is explored, so let's go ahead and get out of here. We can eat a cookie. Heal up Charisma 0. All right. We got all that. Ooh, spear trap. Okay, we're definitely being funneled onto only one path here. Never mind. The scrolls we found is we got a short teleport and a summon pawn that is cursed. I also need to track down that treasure map at some point. Hi, friend. Someone there? Oh, thank the merciful Icuddle for this encounter. I am Ferris, the tale singer Olivina. Something unusual has been happening in the Nine Mail, and I have come to this cave with a band of hired swords. But alas, we were attacked by vicious monsters. I must know what is going on in this land as a reciter of the traditions of Massilia. With my band lost, however, I have no choice but to turn back. I will give you the key to the passage if you wish to proceed. Please, go and see what happened inside Nymale. Oh, your encampment is not far from here? Then I will go there and wait for your news. Seek me when you have finished your search. I have something I need to tell you. Well then, adventurer, I wish you a safe return. Okay. Does it still feel unfinished? I mean, it's early access. I'm still pretty early, new to the game and all that. So I can't really answer like how done it is or anything. I haven't played enough to get to that point. But it does have some pain points, but most of the pain points I've seen has been like not communicating things particularly clearly. So like with, for example, the harvest quests, it does a absolute crap job of explaining literally anything. You're just like, I started. You failed. It's like, what? An amulet, okay. Oh, there's a glass of wine there. Stop stunning me. Stop stunning me. Stop there. You are annoying. Yeah, he has blinded me. Where did he go? You miserably miss. Yeah, we miserably missed the ghost. We're doing damage occasionally to her. What does fear do? Effectiveness reduced by target's will. Oh, we countered and killed her instantly. Alright, toss the bone on the ground. Grab that. We'll leave the heart. Alright. You remember getting all set up, setting up the crafting chains? But maybe half of the workstations had no recipes. Oh, I think you have to unlock the recipes. Unless I'm wrong. There's a whole thing about unlocking the recipes. So the master guy, like, just noped out. Oh, you suck. Ah. I got cut off from the exit. She blocked the stairs. Court of Massalia? How long is the console going to take? What are we even discussing here in the first place? Let me guess, Barash. You haven't been thinking of another new poem? Since the war was 15 years ago, Massalia has been wandering in distress. A mysterious plague struck by war-torn lands and depleted our food and financial resources. There's been a constant domestic strife, not to mention discord among the nobility, and our promising heir, the Duke of Jonan, has suddenly been banished. The antipathy toward... I'm not sure that's the way you use that word. Towards Ili, that has sprouted among humans since the war has been unfavorable impact to the relationship between Massalia and the other nations, as we have been advocating for the reconciliation of the two races. Oops, did I already mention that the Empire is building new airships to take revenge on Massalia? What do we do now? No conclusion? Everyone has their hands already full with the problems on their own lands. You're serious as ever, Melvin. In a nutshell, we're sitting on a boat full of holes like it's been made out of cheese. And we've been debating all day long which holes to cover up. What are you two kids babbling about? And you, Barish, what on earth are you bringing with that Luna into the court meeting for? I'll sing you a song if you like. Might soften the stiff head a little. Barish, you... Don't be so frustrated, Corden. I have no idea what's going on, Corden. Well, Barash is right. Nothing will be decided in a meeting like this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to tend to. Wake up. Luminaire, we're leaving. Yes, Lord Frond. Please forgive me. What was the little girl? Was she asleep standing up? In the first place, how impolite of her to doze off in this place. However, much she may be a follower of the young lord. And my young lord, to be so careless of the affairs of Massalia. What is wrong with this country? Why do I know any of that? Okay. So we got another Yeek card. We'll put that down for tourism reasons. We could put down this... Oh, is it a different kind? Oh, it's an iron scrap. I see. So let's see here. So we got books I don't care about, scrolls I don't care about. We got a pack of soybeans. An old sketch, which is categorized as a book. Okay, so that one says that someone might collect it. We got a cursed jug of beer. Bolt junk. A glass of wine. A bottle of ale. Potion of silence. Bottle of liquid. We've got a sand bejeweled amulet that has no stats. A sand decorative ring that has no stats. Potion of paralysis, of troll blood, a poisonous mushroom. So I'm assuming we were getting a bunch of story there that maybe if I knew the previous game more might have meant something to me. But the implication was there was a fight between the two different factions previously, and Ellie was basically a non-show. Like that there was like this big war and one of the factions just like, nah, we're not going to. And so there's like animosity there. Let's see. Change your home name. Meadow. I see you have returned safely. Let me introduce myself again. I am Ferris Olivina, the tale singer and a weaver of the ancient lore. In return for your help, I shall tell you what I know of Namail. Namail is the cave known as the Graveyard of Winds, and one of the ruins scattered throughout Tyrus. As its name suggests, it is a peaceful cave where the sound of wind echoes sorrowfully from nowhere. So, should I say, it was. After the 10 Years' War, Namail has changed, and the sound of the wind has ceased. The forests around Namail have now withered, and strange monsters now roam the earth. What is the cause of the anomalies? What is happening in the depths of Namail? According to the legend, the lowest layers of the cave lie the relics of the forgotten gods. Mayhaps we have incurred the wrath of the old. No. It's not a holy relic that is enshrined in the depth of Namail, nor is it a cause of the anomaly of God's curse. Sorry to interrupt, but it seems the cave is, after all, still what we thought it was. Ash? Okay, Fia. Let me continue. The 10-Year War and the anomaly of Namail are not unrelated. You have probably heard stories about the last war. The war broke out between the new kingdom of Ural and the Desert Empire to the eastern continent, soon spread across other parts of the planet, bringing chaos to Yalva. The nations of Tyrus formed a union to fight the war, but they were only babies in the face of the empire that possessed the airship of Sira. Just as our land was about to be trampled to the ground, my lord Cetrus spoke to the wind, and a gust of shimmering wind appeared in the sky over Namil and struck the Empire. And the Syrian airship, which had been sung as invincible, crashed into the land of Massilia. It was the end of the 10 Years' War. Surely it must have been Lord Cetus who invoked the storm of Namil. But is that all? The wind of light that danced over Massilia, and the strange anomaly in Namil, something must have responded to the prayer of Lord Cetrus in Namil. In the cave called the Graveyard of the Winds, I'm guessing the mystery is hidden in the depth of Namil. Dark clouds have once again looming over Tyrus, and the Empire has sharpened its broken claws. It's only a matter of time before they rebuild the fleet of Syrian airships. This time, they will attack relentlessly to exact their revenge. Lord Cetrus still hopes for a reunion with the humans and Elias, but it will be for nothing if Massalia is destroyed. We must obtain the power that lies in Namel in order to survive. We cannot tell you everything, nor do we know everything yet. Yes, you must be thinking you've gotten yourselves into a mess, but now that you have settled here, you have become part of Tyrus. It is not unrelated to you either. Well, you must give up and cooperate. You must give up and cooperate with our investigation. Who knows? There may be even a treasure or two in the depths of that cave. Yes, I've heard the story, and it's also my duty to know the cause of the anomaly in Namel. I shall remain here to see this to the end. I wish you good fortune, adventure. May the wind bless your path. Okay, so is she, like, actually a resident now? Cool. So with that, we got a brand new person that someone can be named after, and that will be Kitten Karma. You will be the tale singer. And apparently the things you will do is your work is singing and your hobby is singing. Alright, fair enough. Do what you love, I guess. Cool. So that means a new bed. Now we need to sleep. So we're gonna need to find ourselves a mic. Okay. So I've got a lot of gold bars too. Okay, so we have like an actual quest. Dive deep into Mel and you might find something. Lord Leitel, you have been gazing in the sky for so long. Ah, Lady Faris, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing about the days at the Massilian court. Life in this vast plain isn't bad, but I wonder if the day will come again when I could get drunk with exquisite wine from Alvina. You're worried about the dead, aren't you? I'd be lying to say if it didn't bother me, but I am, after all, a Massilian frontier inspector by name. I should forget the unfortunate incident and dedicate myself to developing this land. That's reassuring to hear, Lord Leitel. But I wonder, is failure always a darkness to be avoided? Is misfortune always a shadow to be shunned? I may not know much of the frontier works, but sometimes the most beautiful things are the arts born from mistakes. Lord Leitel, I believe that you can turn this difficulty into a strength and reclaim your glory. What an insight, Lady Faris. Your words have moved me. Yes, pioneering is like an art. It's not about forgetting the unfortunate events, but it's about using those experiences as nourishment to forge the future. I have learned from your words. Unlike Ash and Fiamma, you seem to be a wise person, Lady Faris. I hope you'll continue to support me. Yes, gladly. In fact, I've been working on a new song to encourage you. The Dance and Dreams of the Azure Illusion. It was unfortunate that the azure tulips turned out to be fake, but the inspiration your tragedy has given us is real. That's why I want to turn the story of the Azure Tulips into a song, to tell settlers who are yet to come, those who hear the song shall envision the ephemeral beauty of the Azure Tulips they can no longer see, and be moved by the dedication you have for your frontier works. Lady Faris, I mean, that's... What's the matter? It's just... I've got a bit of a headache. I'm sure it must be a wonderful song, but give me some time to think. I just apparently got karma for listening to that. So, some merchant wants to purchase your empty bottle, and they're willing to pay me a fortune, but it'd have to get to the other town in just one day. And then this one is also just one day. Screw you, game. So, we could get someone who does cleaning, chores, and meditation, and maybe they'd be able to help around here. That is actually worth considering, I think. Because none of our people do cleaning or chores or anything. I'm going to spend the thing to get Mendelia the maid. The other person's job was self-harm? Uh-huh. I don't know and I don't want to. Squeal louder! I'm already regretting this. Welcome. Alright, I'll try my best not to let you down. Okay, so let's go ahead and make another bed. Makeshift bed. Did you want good place to sleep? We don't do that here. You could take place to sleep. But that's as good as it's gonna get. There you go. Everyone should have a bed again. Okay, so let's check on our recruit people. So weirdly, you don't have a home. Despite the fact that I've set a bed for you and everything, because we got 6 beds, and I only got 4 people here, so math is mathing. So natural power generation, and both cleaning and chores will clean the home. So I'm expecting that to do some work. Let's go to our cooler and drop you off. And we still have time for all that to grow. Alright, let's see with the signposts if there's any of the signs that are related to this. Okay, so house board. That's your house settings. Farm, fishing, ranch, lumberjack, garbage dump we already have. Stockpile sign. A sign designated area for storing produced goods. Guide sign. A sign designated spot for spawning. Spawning spot when entering home. Goods stock. A sign designated for replenishment products. Fuel storage. House plate. Forestation spot. A sign designated an area for plant growth, though other things may still emerge. And then dining spot. I don't think we care about any of that. Okay. Let's see if we can't figure out where that's at. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to be snoozing the ad so we don't get caught with an ad break we don't need to deal with. Yeah, but all in all, I've been definitely enjoying this game. I hope everyone else has been enjoying it. Like I said earlier, I was really kind of worried that people would, you know, would see the game and not turn out just because, like, they'd take one look at it and be like, that's ugly, and that'd be the end of it. Because that kind of does happen, unfortunately. So. We see a spot of trees, some type of castle fort thing. We don't see any water. Because, like, I'm looking up here and it might be this spot. Well, it's not even the value gameplay, that is part of it. But when you hop into a game and you're immediately assaulted by something that doesn't look very good, and people make that judgment call in the first 2, 3, 4 minutes, is this something I'm interested in seeing? And just very unfortunately, that's how long you have to make or break it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, so I think this is the tile that treasure map's pointing to. Because genuinely people hop into a channel on stream, it's not even a judgment about the game, but usually it is the thing that, like, they're going to make that decision in a matter of 2, 3, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And it can be tough. Alright. Yeah, so it is one of those things that if your game is, like, a particularly unattractive game, people might not give it a chance to figure out the gameplay. Alright. Let's see, you have people thumb their nose at Factorio and go play Satisfactory because it's 2D. Well, it can be the kind of the same thing that, especially like if you're watching Factorio and it's watching late game Factorio, it can be one of those things you're like, what the hell is even going on? And it'd be a very, very difficult game to follow if you haven't been there since the beginning or very familiar with the game. Even if you have been there since the beginning of a run, watching someone play, it can be a hard to follow thing. Huh. Maybe it's a tile farther down? Terrifying fields. I would assume it was the tile up there, but... But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Like, that's, I played both Factorio and Satisfactory on the channel. And it is a thing with streaming-wise that Factorio is definitely the harder of the two games to follow. Because, like, with Satisfactory, you can, like, really see what's happening, even if you have to, like, dig into it and move around a whole bunch. But, like, between the logistics, programming, and all that in Factorio, it can be a very, very hard game to follow, even when you know the game. Like, there's definitely times I'm playing and I go, I don't understand what this person's done here. And, you know, then once you get into it and you see the program, you're like, I see that. But, like, you just see, like, randomly stuff turning on, you're off, I'm like, well, I don't know what's doing that. But that's a matter of content creation versus playing the games. And you stole... You just disappeared. You didn't steal anything. Straw shoes, a miracle from me. I don't think we had identified those shoes. You can see that for something like, Pyrodons? I don't know what that is. Now you can see if maybe I can go in here. Oh, so, oh, it's you don't even need that. Like even when I was doing stuff where I'd have my train stations where they'd all interact with each other. Yeah, in this case I'll take a hint just because we've already explored these tiles. And it shows this. You need a shovel? Oh, I don't have my shovel with me because we left it. I stopped carrying them. Alright, well, let's go get the shovel real fast. Alright. I forgot I don't have the shovel with me. Oh, hey, wait a second. You just made a face like that was an obvious thing to say, didn't you? Fine. You should learn about by experiencing terrifying deep water can be. You'll suffocate quickly and die, I warn you. Gotcha, okay. So the darker water's deep water, fair enough. I had noticed the first... From now on, when you die, you'll incur death penalties, so be careful. The Royal Gardens of Missalia. Are you waiting for me, Lunaire? I don't have all day. One moment, Efrond. I need to talk to you. Well, father. Come to see the flowers. Shouldn't you be at your boring meeting? Don't talk down to me, Efron. So she is the... Can you tell me your name, girl? Are you finding life in the royal court comfortable? My name is Illuminaire, your grace. The life in the court and the life in the orphanage are not much different. I only follow my lord Efrond. It must be difficult. Perhaps you would like to spend some quiet time alone once in a while. Ha! Funny joke, father. You probably know the incident in which the village disappeared because of the silly attempt to frighten a dreaming child. I cannot take my eyes off Elinair for even a moment. The girl is so terribly easily frightened. Oh, if only she was half as beautiful as the late Lady Ruane, this would be so much more enjoyable. The power hidden in the dreaming child. Then, the research's success? I was skeptical, knowing I would never be forgiven. I placed all the burden on you. It will save Missalia, will it not? With the power that has never been seen in the hands of men before? With the tool made for men? A tool for men? You must be mistaken. Research is not for men, nor for Missalia. It is all for the sake of Illuminaire and her people themselves, so that they may survive the coming hardships. Indeed, you selfishly forced this curse upon us. My cowardly brother ran away, but I will turn the curse into a blessing. Now, you'll excuse me, I have an appointment. Take good care of yourself, father. Okay. So there's a ton of stuff here now. It looks like someone arrived. Lord Lytel, Limbastic. Or Limtastic. Just right on time. Those two travelers over there. They wish to talk to you. Travelers, you say? They seem harmless enough, though their attire is a bit odd. They told me they're wandering alchemists. Apparently they travel around various places. Alchemist, is it? Flaunting such dubious tiles. They're probably looking to peddle some questionable potions. Alchemy of all things is... Wait. Hold on. That lead plate that man is wearing around his neck looks familiar. The dull gleam of green lead plate, engraved with the symbol of the sun? No mistake. That's a mark of distinction from the esteemed Academy of Palmia. Given the only those who achieved outstanding academic success, wearing that plate, one would be welcomed as an honored guest in any court across Tyrus. Hard to believe, but it seems this frivolous-looking man is an elite among elites. Ahem. You understand, Limtastic. This traveler is a renowned alchemist indeed. Be sure to keep your manners. Welcome, travelers. Though this is but a vast empty plain, might there be something we can do for you? Good day, settlers of this land. To call this an empty plain belies truth. Here, there is a breeze of freedom, there is hope. We're grateful for the warm welcome. I am called Kettle, and this is my companion, Kuratsia? We heard about your settlement during our travels and hope to find shelter and bread for the night. I hope we're not imposing. Not at all, Master Kettle. I am Loitel, the frontier inspector for this land. You're welcome to rest your wings for as long here as you like. That's very kind of you. There's a strange harmony here, and I can feel the breath of mana. In our travels, such places are rare. I was hoping to explore the area a bit. Interesting. As Ash mentioned something similar before. His hunches are hit on or hit or miss, but if you say so, there might indeed be something special about this land. Anyway, having an alchemist of your caliber around is certainly reassuring. Let me welcome you again, Master Kettle. I hope your stay here proves to be meaningful for you as well. Don't tell me we're getting a whole bunch of people suddenly that I was not prepared for. Okay. We can drop off stuff. We got coral fragments, which seem to be something I might be able to melt down, judging by the icon. We got a bamboo shoot that we can eat if necessary. Alright. This is food as well. And then we could go to you. Okay, so coral is not listed there. Alright, so it just looks like the other glass fragments. Alright, so we can drop that off in a box as well. Okay. So there's you. Let's check to see if they actually count as citizens, because I'm a little worried. Well, crap. Alright, well, we're going to name those two real fast. And luckily, so you can produce mushrooms. Oh, and we have a cook. Okay. Produce meals and seasonings, which is interesting, and you'll also clean. Cool. So we get a bookshelf, we can get research happening. And we get a microphone, we get singing. So for the Wandering Alchemist, that is going to be JD2V0. And then for their assistant, who's apparently a war mage, that's going to be Jade Flare. Alright. So we're gonna need to make 2 more beds real quick. I think relatively soon I'm going to need to expand. Hey, how cozy did you all want to get in here? Wait. Where did the bed go? Where did I put the bed? Oh, it's down here on the corner there. That's fine. Maybe? I'm so confused. I don't see the bed. Did I accidentally throw in a box or something? Okay, we'll just make another one. I'm betting I accidentally gave it to someone and just, oh, you know what? I bet you I gave it to the dog. Because the dog was sitting on the tiles trying to put the bed on. So we traded the little dog. Well, I mean, the dog's got a little up arrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it. Okay, so they've got beds. I hope we don't have to like really keep all that food up for them. So then, the curiosity I have is, so they're a cook, and they're gonna make meals. So I can see that we can make our meals ourselves. I'm curious how it determines the production side of things. Like, if they'll just cook on their own, or how any of that works. That'll be one we'll have to figure out. And this place is getting really crowded. So we can drop all this off. We got some gold. Alright. So let's see. So we still have to identify that. So let's go over here. Because one of these boxes has my tools. Right, so we've got the shovel. We can bring that with us. The rest of these we probably won't need. We'll grab the granite sickle. And for right now, we'll grab the shears since we don't have someone who takes care of that. I'm also noticing those plants don't look watered. I was really hoping, since the person is set to farming, that they would just, you know, farm. Where I didn't have to do it myself. Because it feels like the way this is intended to work is you pick up people in your little village and you assign them tasks and they just gradually take care of... Oh, I didn't want to leave. Stop giving me dialogue! Oh my god, my Lord Melvin. Aw, so divine. Ladies, please calm down. You're blocking traffic gathering here. Oh, ladies, don't push. It's not safe. Stay out of the way. Oh, Barash. You've come here just in time. Melvin, it's always a spectacle around you. Got a new song for you today. Ladies, please take your time and listen. Aww. So many ladies, so quickly gone. Hey, Melvin, is my singing that bad? Well, no. You've always been a great help to me. I don't think the playing's bad. My sister told me that your newborn baby forgets to cry and falls asleep when she hears your lira. She commented that your playing is so beautiful, as if you're playing by Elia, as long as you don't sing. Oh, come on. Was that even a compliment? It's Lord Ceteris, who taught me the Ira, or Lyra, though. It seems my dear wife at least has the rich sense to appreciate real music. Master Ceteris taught you? How did that happen? Oh, it's no great story. 10 years ago, after I screwed up at Zana, I ran away to Massilia. I found myself training with my sword every day. Well, I had nothing else to do, and I didn't know the land, and my martial arts were the only thing that had going for me. One day, I had a run-in with a gentleman who gracefully is playing a lira in a cheap tavern. Of course, I had no idea he was Lord Cetrus. Music is playing, or is playing for, sorry, music is a plaything for women and children, I laughed. He didn't glare at me, he say anything back. He started playing songs of Zana. And well, I'll leave the rest to your imagination. For those of us in Massyria, Master Cetrus is like a father and a teacher we cannot look up to. After all, he has been watching over this country for 100 years or more. Even you are just like a spoiled child to him. We all wondered if you had been carried away by the fever of love when you were stopped showing up to practice, and we heard that you were practicing lyra alone on the hill. But nowadays, you get used to you carrying a lyra. Anyway, I have no one to play sword with since you have been absorbed in music for so long. I'm worried about your skills getting a little rusty. It was a surprising new discovery for me, but it seems music is more suited to me than the sword. But you're right to be concerned. With the dark clouds looming over the skies, Massilia, I may be time for me to put away the lyra and the old cabinet. I like Massilia. It has accepted me. Such a narrow-minded jerk. Well, they laughed at me at first, but no one really cares if I was big, rugged guy carrying a musical instruments. And now I'm surrounded by a lifelong friend, a beautiful wife, and a noisy bald jerk. To hell with Zana. I'm willing to go give my heart for the home I finally found. That's great. I was actually going to try to break before the ad break happens, but this dialogue has screwed that because it's so long. So we're gonna get hit with an ad break. I can't delay it anymore, so I do apologize. Um, but it is what it is. That's great spirit of you to have, even if you're borrowing some of the momentum from the booze. Well, I think it's time for me to go home. My sister will kill me if I get drunk and start singing in front of your baby. Okay, because I was trying to I was just gonna water it, and then when he stepped off the tile, because I was like, okay, I can water the crops, it'll take 2 seconds. I'm gonna try to get you all out of here before the ad break happens, but thanks so much for tuning in. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna quickly, really fast, if you're on YouTube, I don't have a host ready, so don't forget to like and subscribe, but I'm gonna very quickly try and get this raid out. I got about 1 minute for the ad break happens regardless, so let me go ahead and put up the ending screen, and if I could do it fast enough,